And I'm convening the Committee for Academic and Student Affairs. Good morning, everyone. There are two agenda items for the committee today. First is approval of the October 22nd meeting minutes. And next is a presentation and discussion titled Naming Direction for Inver Hills Community College and Dakota County Technical College. I'd like to take a second and acknowledge our president liaisons, President Arthur and President Danielson and I'm not sure where they're at. I have to put my glasses on. Anyway, if they are not here, they're here in spirit, hopefully. For the record, I will need attendance. Vice Chair Kathy Sharon. Trustee Grabowska.
Here.
Trustee Jacqueline Johnson. Trustee Roger Moe.
Here.
Trustee Chris Richter. And Trustee William Tully. Good morning, thank you. The first agenda item is approval of the minutes of the October 22nd meeting. A draft copy has been distributed electronically to committee members. Are there any corrections to the minutes as written? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. We'll need a roll call vote for this. Vice Chair Kathy Sharon. Trustee Grabowska.
Aye.
Trustee Jacqueline Johnson. Trustee Roger Moe.
Aye.
Trustee Chris Richter.
Aye.
Trustee William Tully. Thank you. The motion carries. The minutes will be added to the record. The chair, by the way, votes aye. The second agenda item is titled Naming Directions for Inver Hills Community College and Dakota County Technical College. Committee members, please recall that the board approved a motion to support the merger of the colleges at the January 2025 board meeting. The proposal before us today, also requiring board action, seeks board support for the naming direction of the comprehensive community and technical college created by this merger. Background information has already been included in the board book. It's on, I believe it's on pages 12 and 13. Here to present, Michael Berndt, the president of Dakota County Technical College and Inver Hills Community College. Satasha Green-Steven, the Senior Vice Chancellor for Student and Academic Affairs, and Noel Houghton, the Chief Marketing and Communications Officer for the system. And I'll let you take it from here. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Teffer, Chair Soul, Chancellor Olson, and trustees. Approval of the naming direction would enable the colleges to continue developing associated branding materials over the next year. It would also support system office teams that are currently integrating colleges' underlying technology systems and records. I'm going to turn it over to President Berndt to walk through the background as well as the official recommended action for the board.
Good morning, Chair Teffer. Good morning, Chair Soul, trustees, Chancellor. What a great morning. So I want to walk you through the process. Okay, I may have to, I'm going to go fast. So, I just wanted to walk you through the process we've been pursuing in going through our rebranding efforts, which includes coming up with a new name for the combined community and technical college. Share that new name with you, that new naming direction. I think we'll seek ultimate approval of the name when we seek approval of the merger itself. But we do need some guidance on the direction so that we can continue to do the work that Chair Teffer mentioned, integrating our records and starting to build our shared website and all of those critical functions. And then we'll put that in the context of our shared merger timeline. So one more, please. So the journey we've been on really has been a four-stage process, the first two stages of which are culminating in today's meeting. We went through a discovery phase where we talked about perceptions of the current names, perceptions of the direction, as well as then what guidance our stakeholders, our students, our employees, our community members would give us as we pursue a new name. Next slide, please. And so we considered a number of factors as we went through the process. We did extensive focus groups with stakeholders. We did survey We assessed the viability of the name or potential names within the marketplace, looked at the strategic purpose. What are we trying to communicate as an intent of our organization, and took into consideration some of the cultural sensitivity around using, was one thing is, Chancellor Olson mentioned it, one thing is to say Dakota County, another to say Dakota something else, because it, we have a long history of Dakota people in Inver Grove Heights in that area, and we want to make sure that we would honor that if that was a direction we decided to pursue. And so then, if you would, next slide. We also wanted to be mindful that of the board policy on naming requirements, making sure we include Minnesota State or Minnesota State in the name. Next slide, please. And one, actually two more. So it's interesting, as we were going through our 50th anniversary, the tagline of that was two proud histories, one bold future. And that slogan or motto kind of informed the conversation we were having around the name. Was the direction going to be looking at bringing together elements of the current names to recognize the history and the brands in our region, or were we going to define something new, set off sort of a new direction? And so we asked our stakeholders for guidance on that. And it was pretty consistent, although you'll see there's a little bit of variability. But in general, people wanted to see a new name versus integrating elements of our existing name. What you're seeing on the screen now is Inver Hills. We'll go to DCTC next, but they're very similar among our faculty, staff, and students. There was also an interest in moving away from community and technical as part of the name. One of the considerations was we wanted to make sure the name was short enough to be readily memorable. And the longer more words you add to it, the more it stretches out the name, and sometimes it gets shortened then in ways you don't intend. And then we also got a lot of guidance consistently across different stakeholder groups to not have it named after a city, a street, but to get it something that speaks to the regional service we provide, particularly in the South Metro. DCTC, next slide, is kind of a similar reaction. The one difference, if you go to the next slide, the community members, there was a little bit more interest in trying to preserve the community and technical college in the name. But again, pretty mixed. But in general, the guidance we were given, new name, something more regional, and something that would drop the community and technical college. Next slide, please. We also considered a number of other criteria. Would the name be memorable? Is it original? It's really hard, I'll tell you, to find any name that isn't already the name of a regional co-op or of another middle school, or it's a challenge. We literally, I think, crossed every prairie, swam every river, climbed every hill and height, and we had at one point 80 different candidates that we were working our way through. Next slide, please. But really, what we were most guided by was the desire to have something that would be easy to remember, that would provide a local context, that would distinguish us from competitors. Next slide. Build trust, credibility in our brand, increase our awareness, and then differentiate us from other colleges. And so the direction that we're going, next one, and the next one, is again, we wanted to find a name with meaning, right? Next slide. We wanted something that represented our region. We wanted something that sounded welcoming, because we really do foreground that inclusivity, that belonging sense in our colleges. We wanted something that was easy to remember, that again signaled that new future, and so we came up with Minnesota Valley College. That is a much nicer reaction than I had on campus when we shared the name. It was, it's one of those things where there were people like, oh, well, okay. And what has been interesting is since then, as people have started to live with it, even over the last week, a lot more people are coming forward and saying, I like that. I think we can work with that. And so I think that I'm kind of in the same boat. I wasn't sure at first, but the more I'm living this, the more I'm starting to love it. So part of why Minnesota Valley is, it reflects the place where we work, where we come together. We really do value all of the contributions our students and employees and community members make to the work that we do. And so that idea of coming together into the Valley, a place where you can flourish, grow, and come forth, I think is a nice metaphor to be able to play with as we work on branding and messaging in the community. It also speaks to the region that we serve. One of the defining features of this region is the valleys carved by the Minnesota and the Mississippi rivers. Next slide. Again, it captures that regional essence. Not many other colleges, at least in Minnesota, use Valley. It's a name that I think helps us with as we do our outreach into particularly the South Metro. And then it gives us metaphors to work with that are indicative of some of higher education. So if we're given approval for this direction, we'll continue to build out our brand. Next slide, please. And so we're looking at and what's nice about this is it's going to give us the opportunity to come up with a cohesive story, a brand, a mascot, all of that will tie together. Right now, even within the individual colleges, things don't necessarily tie together because they're the products of a long history. And so I know the coaches, for example, were the first to tell us, please move beyond the Blue Knights. That's not very successful for us when we're going out and recruiting. It's hard, doesn't quite fit with a technical college. It's a pretty gendered reference. And so a lot of our women's teams don't feel comfortable with the Blue Knights. And so I think we have this opportunity now to tell a story that links the two colleges and all the strengths we bring together. And the next slide. And then we've been having fun engaging our stakeholders in proposing different mascots and things like that. And so that's kind of the work we're doing. It'll continue through the rest of this year and into the spring as we're building out our brand, our website, our brand messaging. And then it fits in, next slide, into the larger story of what we're trying to do with the merger. We've got, as I mentioned in the documentation, 25 different teams that are working on a variety of different areas associated with the merger. And we're on track. We'll submit our change of control over the summer. We'll have HLC come and visit in the fall. And so we are marching along, and it's been remarkable the amount of work that our faculty, staff, and students even have been engaged in. We'll often see students from one college at the other college, and they're like, what are you doing here? And we're here to meet with the student senate. We're working together to figure out how we can bring our student senates together and do more work together. And student clubs and organizations are collaborating. And it's just been an absolutely wonderful thing to see. It's when you're not driving it, when you're just watching it drive itself, that's amazing. So I'll end there and happy to take any questions.
Before we open it up, I was wondering if our communications officer would like to weigh in a bit from your perspective on how all of this went. And then I'd like to hear just some words from the Senior Vice Chancellor. Thank you.
My role as schools think about this kind of action is to help them think about the new name and the board policy that guides it. And the board policy requires either the word Minnesota or the word state. And if that is what they're using, then their official logo file has to include a member of Minnesota State at the bottom. They can skip that part if they include Minnesota State in their name. So Minnesota Valley College meets the first requirement. And so because they've only got the word Minnesota and not Minnesota State, they will be required to have a member of Minnesota State as part of the logo. But other than that, it meets the board policy, and I think it's a really inspired choice.
Not much to add, but just in terms of working with the institution, ASA division office and the system office has really been supportive more of the learning HLC, the Higher Learning Commission work, and helping to prepare curriculum. And so really working very closely with the provost at Inver Hills to answer questions about curriculum, inventory, programming. And so we've been really supportive of that. And so as President Barron said, there's so many groups working on this, and I've been very mindful and intentional about every piece of this project, especially the student experience. And so it's really good to hear that the student organizations are coming together because they've been very thoughtful about how this transition will impact students. And so what you will find is it will be the same wraparound services, the same curriculum, the same programming, now just under one umbrella.
Thank you. I just need to say, of all of the things that come before the board, and they are solemn and it's not that frequently that something that is just this joyful comes to us, and it's just so much fun to be a part of it. I'm going to ask if there are comments or questions first from the committee members. It looks like Trustee Grabowska first.
Well, following you is a little difficult because my question is perhaps a little more serious. Are there implications for the work that we're doing with student and workday in general?
Question.
Trustee Teffer, Trustee Grabowska, actually, no. And in fact, again, we've been working very closely with the provost, and they actually have a student workday team, a part of this process. The CIO is also working very closely with the student team. In fact, this is probably easier because they're doing things early on to be able to merge that will help support in when we get to different pieces of the Workday project for our alignment confirm. So we've been working very closely with them around the technology. Dr. Bailey's not here, but the IT team has been working very closely with the institution. So a part of these 25 groups, IT, academic and student affairs, communication. So that has been at the forefront of this merger.
I have just a question for the Senior Vice Chancellor myself. Is the higher learning commissions, obviously they have to approve the merger. Do they also need to approve the name of the college?
They typically don't approve the name of the college, but what they're looking for when they come to the visit is, again, making sure that we're meeting the criteria of those 4 criteria of HLC, making sure that with this merger, you're not losing, again, the teaching and learning, the student supports, the governance, the budget, and all those things. So it's not about the name, it's about making sure that the institution is still maintaining the criteria in order to be accredited.
Thank you. That'll clarify it when we decide to look at the action here. Are there any other comments or if hearing none? I'm sorry, there is one. I'm sorry, Dawn, go ahead. Pardon me? Oh, thank you. Go right ahead. Anybody who has any comments, please go ahead. Thank you.
Congratulations on this important work. I love the new name. I'm just wondering, well, just a fun aside, I like where you're going with the mascot, and I'm particularly like the names in like the women's NBA that are more conceptual, like Flight or, Fever, or Flight's not one that's there, but you know what I mean? Not even animals, but like the concepts are cool. So consider that. But I'm curious, when we remove technical in particular from a school, and this is not just for you, but in general, if I'm interested in studying carpentry and not history, how do I know that's my college? And I see Trustee Speck going, uh-huh.
Trustee Erlinson, yeah, no, and Chair Teffer, that's a concern that I voiced as well. And, coming from Century College, that was the challenge at one point too, was to make sure that we were uplifting knowledge about our technical programs. So I think part of what we've talked about, how we address that is in the marketing itself, right? And in the branding messages to make sure that we speak and foreground the work that we're doing. I think the opportunity we have in bringing our 2 colleges together is to foreground in general the opportunities for applied learning, for career exploration, as we move in to implement a guided learning pathways model that really puts the expectation on us to get students exposed to careers early. And we've been working with our high school partners to try to bring that out before they come. And so there's, I think, a lot of work that we're going to be doing to help ensure that they see our 2 colleges, or now our 1 college, as a place where they can come and start preparing for careers. Yeah.
Thank you. Trustee Janicic?
Don brings up an interesting point, and we have a couple of campuses that have been doing this, right? Where's President Ryach? Is he here? So how's that affect us? Yeah, how does that whole branding piece, and how's that working for us?
We can't hear you. Come up. It is. It is.
Well, I think that was a good question.
Thank you, trustee Janicich, for,
You're welcome.
yeah. It has a positive effect. One thing you'll hear from students who come is they differentiate between what a technical college is and what a non-technical college is. And they'll say things like, I'm just going to go get my training at a technical college. At times, when you put and become a comprehensive college and use Minnesota Valley College, they'll just say they're going to college. And the key is in the branding to make sure that they're aware that you offer a comprehensive set of curriculum, both liberal arts and a technical program. But then all of the students there are just part of the institution. They're at the college, and there's no distinguishing between it. So I think there's a positive effect to it. And we've not noticed any drop in our technical programs. Are thriving more than before, I would say.
Thank you. I'll get 1 second. I'll get to Kathy. Trustee Sharon. Ask anyone who comes to work on anything in your home, anybody who ever has had a career or technical education background, everyone who comes to I have an old house, and every second week I have someone at my house doing something. I ask every single person where they got their qualifications, and it's just been in the last couple of years, people will tell you the name of their institution and they use the word college and they use it with pride. It makes it's a plus as far, at least in my very limited, not refereed conversations with people who come to my house. And Trustee Sharon, you have the next floor. Thank you.
It's an interesting question that Trustee Erlinson asked. So I'm just asking, I don't know, Noel, if you were better to answer this or anyone. If I were to do a search, and I'm inclined to put in technical education instead of something like that. I don't know where I want to go to school in Minnesota, but I'm searching for opportunities for technical education. And I put in my search engine, will this and other colleges that we have that are providing technical education going to emerge identified underneath that technical concept?
They will, because of keyword search, and you can do paid Google search where you can promote your keywords and ensure that you come up in search. That's what Minnesota State does, and their colleges and universities do that as well, so that anything that someone might be searching, we've got it embedded in the website so it comes up.
One more comment. Yes, Trustee Erlinson.
Thank you for your interest in my question. I have two things. It saddens me that students who study technical education feel that it's lesser because it's not. I can tell you as a sociology and econ major, I'm in awe of plumbers, electricians, welders. I can't do that. So I know it's a societal thing, but it's really sad.
Well, last call for questions, comments? No, we're all good. We do have a recommendation before the committee today. It is on page 13 of the board book, and it reads, the Academic and Student Affairs Committee recommends that the Board of Trustees affirm the naming direction for Inver Hills Community College and Dakota County Technical College contingent upon Higher Learning Commission approval and final board approval of the merger of the two colleges. We're going to do this by roll call vote. All in favor? Vice Chair Kathy Sharon, thank you. Trustee Grabowska.
Aye.
Trustee Jacqueline Johnson. Trustee Moe?
Aye.
Trustee Richter?
Aye.
Thank you, and thank you. He has been here, by the way. We just didn't acknowledge him. And Trustee Tully? The chair votes aye. The motion carries. The proposed amendment will be added to the consent agenda for board approval. Before I close, I hope that President Behrens will deliver back to the many people on your campus the support and congratulations that we have and the acknowledgement of their considerable work and that we appreciate everything they've done. So thank them. That concludes our committee. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning. We will call the Finance and Facilities Committee to order. We will start with a roll call vote. Trustee Coles.
Here.
Trustee Janicek.
Here.
Trustee Jana Johnson. Trustee Jacqueline Johnson. Vice Chair Moe.
Here.
And the chair is here. We do have a quorum. Would like to welcome Vice Chancellor Mackey and team to the table. Today's overview, we have the minutes from the last meeting, an overview of our system office redesign, an overview of our work plan coming up for the year ahead, and then contracts. And then we'll spend the majority of the time talking about F27 operating budgets as we move forward. And with that, I will yield the floor to Vice Chancellor Mackey for just overall updates before we jump in.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch, and good morning. I think the rest of the team is getting assembled since we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So hopefully they're reading their text messages to get down here. Would just like to start by giving an update. And we had talked briefly about this at the October meeting. Near the minutes in onboard and in the packet, there's a one-pager titled Financial Health Updates, and it's, again, kind of a work in progress related to, hitting the sweet spot of the information that the trustees are most interested in. And I know I would acknowledge up front, one area is providing more individual institutional information, and we'll get there as we go throughout the year. But just wanted to provide a couple updates, continuing some of last month's discussion, as well as some new information that will be more detail will be later in this committee meeting or in the audit committee this afternoon. One is that the financial condition of the Minnesota state system, based on the financial statement results for fiscal year 25, is pretty stable. We have a system CFI of 3.04. That's in comparison to 3.52 last year. Over the last 5 years, we've been anywhere from 2.3 to a low to last year's high at 3.52. So we're right in that range of, as a system, having pretty strong financial health. However, in January, when we come back and we're talking about individual college and university financial health, we will see CFIs and results that are varied. Just as an example, I mentioned last year's CFI was 3.52. Last year, we had 3 that had less than 1.0, 5 that were between 1.0 and 3, and then we had 25 institutions that were over 3. So we'll have a similar breakdown just to illustrate the differences between our most healthiest financially institutions and our ones that are less stable at this point. One other item to mention, the BESI offers or early separation incentives. The board had approved amendments to that policy last spring. Colleges and universities use that tool to reduce long-term obligations with salaries and benefits. We've had several institutions looking at that this fall as a tool. So about 1/3 of our institutions have submitted plans and are in the process of implementing those. There was an additional 3 colleges and 1 university this last month. So a total of 9 colleges and 2 universities this fall. In addition, want to mention that on October 24th, Chancellor Olson, Senior Vice Chancellor Green Steven, and members of the Finance Division. We presented a system update to S&P Global Ratings related to our AA3 rating, which is high quality. We will expect an updated rating, and this is because of our revenue fund debt, to be issued in the coming weeks now that our FY25 financial statements are finalized. And I just, to make a comment about our financial statements before Audit Committee, Chair Teffer of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee mentioned that the last topic that President Berndt brought forth was joyful. It is joyful for me that we're bringing the financial statements forward this month. So I just wanted to make that point. Related to a couple state updates, just provided some information related to MMB. Collections and other things are a little better than was anticipated. So we all eagerly await the economic and revenue forecast in early December. That will set the stage for the upcoming legislative session. Board Chair Sol, Chancellor Olson, and other members of System Office Facilities and Government Relations team, we presented our FY26 budget requests to the Governor's Office and MMB last week. And then one other item to point out on the state that you may have seen some media attention on is that the Office of Higher Education, again, is projecting a shortfall with the state grant. And a lot of that is due to the increase in enrollment that's across the state, as well as the increase in state grant recipients. With that, and we'll talk more about that later, we have to provide estimates of tuition increases, and we provided 7% increase for this year and 7% for next year as planning estimates. We know last year we did not come in at 7% as a system. We came in at 5.5%. But we need to provide estimates. So they're using that 7% as their estimate for next year, and they adjusted this year's to be what the actual amount was. And then lastly, the federal update, just some information on that. When we had started putting this together, the shutdown had not been resolved yet, but of course it has now, but it still has impact on our students. And one of them that I know the chancellor has been talking with the statewide student associations about in particular is how the shutdown has affected the nutritional assistant program, SNAP, and the impact that has had on some of our students. So that is an overview of the one-page financial health updates, and I'll pause and see if there's any questions for me before moving into the agenda.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Mackey. I really like the one pager, so I would ask the other trustees to continue to give us feedback on tweaks on that. But I think it's starting to hit at the things we were looking at. Questions for Vice Chancellor Mackey? Chair Sol.
I agree. I love the one pager. Thank you.
Grabowska.
So this is an editorial comment. The conversations about the BESI are always double-sided. On the one hand, it means that you're losing people. And people are probably sick and tired of hearing it, but I lost a third of my faculty during the Great Recession. 2 of them got BESIs, 2 of them were retrenched. And so my editorial comment is to advocate and praise the existence of the BESI, because it is an opportunity to let our people know that they offered value to the institution, that they were not simply a piece of the puzzle that could be easily shed. So as presidents, and what did you say, Bill? 9 colleges and 2 universities using BESIs. That's pretty widespread. I appreciate their use, understanding that it indicates that we're losing people. And so in the best of a, crappy world, I applaud the use of BESIs to let our people know that they have value.
Thank you. Other questions for Vice Chancellor Mackey? Seeing none, the next item that we'll do is the minutes from October 22nd. They are in your packets. Are there any changes or corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, do I have a motion for approval? It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been second. We'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Coles,
Aye.
trustee Januzak,
Aye.
trustee Jana Johnson, trustee Jacqueline Johnson, Vice Chair Mo,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Those are approved. Thank you so much. We will move on now to an overview on the system office redesign. And with that, Vice Chancellor Mackey.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. We thought it was fitting, since this is our first Board of Trustees meeting in Wells Fargo Place since June of 2024, to provide an update to the system office redesign project. The board had approved in January 24 of moving forward with a new 10-year lease for the system office to be located at Wells Fargo Place. And with that was about a $9 million project for tenant improvements to downsize the space that we have. So we wanted to provide a brief overview of the project and the benefits of it, as well as perhaps talk a bit about how this is one of those projects that was on time, under budget, and we will have improved efficiencies and operating savings. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ryan Reese, our System Director for Design and Construction, who was hired, and then Brian Yolitz handed this off to him on his second day on the job and did a wonderful job with this. And Lindsay Wolf, who was our project manager, around similar. She was hired in January 24, so they both came here brand new and did a great job being part of the leadership team with this project. So Ryan?
Thanks, Vice Chancellor Mackey and former Associate Vice Chancellor Yolitz for the opportunity to be involved in this project. So yeah, some of you probably noticed you're sitting in a newly remodeled boardroom this morning. And so Lindsay and I wanted to take a little bit of time this morning to summarize the project and provide some updates since staff have moved in over the summer. Just some background, as Bill mentioned, the system office has leased space here in Wells Fargo Place since 2005. While the space has served us well, the COVID-19 pandemic normalized remote and hybrid work, and the 89,000 square foot footprint quickly became excessive for the system office's needs. So with the lease set to expire, an advisory team was convened to evaluate 20 plus alternative properties, while also discussing a possible lease renewal. At the end of this exercise, the advisory team recommended remaining at Wells Fargo Place under renegotiated lease terms, and this recommendation was approved by the board in October of 2023. These new renegotiated lease terms included a $4.5 million tenant improvement allowance for remodeling the space, and the board also approved an additional $4.5 million loan to complete the remodel, to be paid back over 5 years from the lease savings, for a total project budget of $9 million. In early 2024, Pope Design Group was selected as the architect for the space, and the system office project team, comprised of staff from facilities, office services, and information technology and others, was formed. This group met for the next 18 months to lead the system office through the design, construction, and move-in phases of the project. Through preliminary design and programming engagement sessions with staff, a few project goals rose to the top. Improved, consistent conference room technology, equitable access to natural light and views for all staff, adjustable and ergonomic furnishings, and a space that balanced privacy with collaboration. From the beginning, the team emphasized facility flexibility and reuse. The project team visited other workplaces and toured design studios to identify best practices and workplace trends. So the design process was informed both by staff experience and the expertise of a team of architects, engineers, interior designers, furniture vendors, graphic designers, contractors, and others. And so what you are seeing today is the results of that work over hundreds and hundreds of hours, which touched every unit here in the system office. So some highlights that we would like to share with the group here. First, we were able to reduce our footprint, our leased space by 40%. From 89,000 down to around 53,000 square feet. So we feel like that was a pretty good reduction in space and obviously lease savings. In terms of the project, we were able to deliver the project $1.4 million under budget. So the team is pretty proud about that, about 15% under the budget. And those savings will be used to pay back that $4.5 million loan much sooner, which will allow us to realize those reduced lease payments sooner. Additionally, the team was able to reuse or repurpose many pieces of furniture and equipment to reduce costs and keep as many items out of the landfill as we could. And then also new LED lights and HVAC equipment will reduce energy consumption, among other efficiency enhancements across the space. You'll find additional project highlights displayed on an infographic right outside the door here that you may have noticed on your way in. This showcases some additional ways and specific details around how the project team practiced stewardship and reuse during the project. So with that, I'll turn the presentation over to my colleague Lindsay Wolf to talk us through some of the highlights.
Thanks, Ryan. We'd like to show a few before and after photos to illustrate some of the project successes. First here is our standard workstation, which is flexible enough to support multiple work arrangements with a sit-stand desk and privacy screen. Here is a before and after of our reception area. The reception desk was modified and finishes were updated to provide a more welcoming and usable entrance. Next are the elevator lobbies. You can see how updating finishes such as flooring and painting can refresh a space at a reasonable cost. The work cafe is probably the most striking difference, as you can see from the images here. Previously, each floor had its own small break room and kitchenette. Now those spaces have been consolidated into one gathering space for staff. And here's an example of our collaboration space. In addition to the booth seating you see here on the right side of the screen, there are 3 huddle rooms for informal gathering, plus a total of 16 conference spaces. And we're still adding some final touches. Here's a preview of the art wall that is going right outside this room in the coming weeks. The team learned a lot through this process. A few key takeaways. First, collaborate early and often and set forth clear roles and responsibilities. There can be a tricky balance to strike between engaging staff, but acknowledging that not everyone is going to get what they want. The engagement and support of leadership, Vice Chancellor Mackey and Chancellor Olson and Cabinet, were crucial, both for the project-related decisions, as well as setting the standards for operating and living in the space after the project is done, and the project team has gone back to their day jobs. Finally, the team acknowledged that we will not solve all problems on day one, and in fact, embrace this, because even though a ton of thought and energy was dedicated to the design, it's hard to forecast how exactly staff are going to utilize the new space. So instead of trying to predict how the space will be used in 5 years, the team focused on flexibility, making the space adaptable to whatever the future holds. Also, the project team has set aside some budget to address enhancements or adjustments as we continue to live in the space. In closing, we want to acknowledge the work of several project team members, but by no means is this list exhaustive. Jamie Simonson, Chief of Staff, Justine Pliska, Program Manager for Facilities Design and Construction, Marilee Carlson, Senior Office Services Assistant, Dale Johnson, Office Manager, who is recently retired, Kelly Jacobson, Director of End User Services, Darren Berger, End User Support Specialist, Robert Wozni, Enterprise Network Specialist, and Lee Knudsen, Network Systems Specialist. It is Ryan and I here presenting today, but this truly was a collaborative effort by a dedicated group of system office staff, and we want to ensure they are recognized for their contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the entire team. Applaud all of the work that's gone into this. What a great project! You know, a 40% reduction in space, and coming in at 1.4 million under budget. That's able to pay back that loan faster, and to just be in the space and to see the great work cafe next door, see the energy that's in the room. So just want to applaud the entire group and for everyone at the system office for working through the change. I know it's always at times frustrating, at times challenging as you're moving spaces to get to open it up so that the work can be done. But it's nice to be back in the space, and from everyone I've talked to, there's an excitement and an energy that's come back with being in this space. So with that, open the floor to trustees. Trustee Grabowska.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ryan, you sparked a question when you said material going to the landfill. So I'm wondering, and this is my ignorance, whether or not there exists an area of surplus for material to be reused if we can sell state goods, but with the idea of preventing things from going into the landfill.
Chair Hipsch and Trustee Grabowski. Yeah, so we did a number of things to try to avoid that landfill. First, we, as I mentioned, reuse as much as we can. Some of the chairs back here you'll see are reused. We reused a number of conference room tables. We actually refinished a few tables to be able to serve a slightly different purpose or extend their life than they would before. So whatever we could reuse that made sense, we would. For things that we were not able to reuse, we first offered those to other colleges and universities in the system if they had a use for that, and several institutions took us up on that offer. There also is a state surplus system that allows other, say, municipalities to purchase or auction items from there. I can share that the old board setup is now living in the city of Malacca, and they were able to repurpose that for their own purposes. So there was a number of different steps that we took, and I think the majority of what we were trying to get rid of, we found an alternative purpose for it to minimize again what we ended up just having to dispose of.
Trustee Teffer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not a member of the committee, but I think I might want to direct this to Vice Chancellor Mackey. You may know better. I don't live in St. Paul, and the stories that come from the city and the concerns, the financial concerns, some of the problems with the larger city are just available for people to read them and dismiss them or whatever. More importantly, this Wells Fargo building, I have a question about it. Do you have any idea what the occupancy is right now at this building? And was there ever any concern as the project goes through? Because we have now invested a considerable amount of effort, energy, and money to be in this building. Do you have concerns about the long-term future or the viability of the building itself? Thank you.
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Teffer, and I might ask for help with one of the parts of the question. We did do an RFP process before deciding to remain at Wells Fargo Place. So we looked at other buildings, and safety was a consideration, as well as the relationship with the landlord and many other factors that we believe that the Wells Fargo Place is a good place to be for the long term, based on other tenants in the building and the financial terms that they gave us. But we went into this, it was an open process, so we didn't just renew the lease. So we looked at other opportunities, and I think all of them were pretty much downtown in some way. So we did some pretty extensive due diligence. And the board also approved us using Cushman Wakefield as a real estate consultant to help us, who are, obviously experts in this area. I don't know, Ryan, if you know off the top of your head what the occupancy rate is in this building right now. I hate to, I hesitate throwing a number out there. I don't know if Paul Harrington is here or not yet. No, you need the mic, so.
Trustee Hipsch, the last number I saw for this building, it's about 65% occupancy rate on this building. Similar to others that we looked at, as Vice Chancellor Mackey stated, we used an outside consultant to vet the properties we were looking at, the importance of being downtown, our accessibility to the Capitol. So it was the intent of the committee and the group to be in the downtown area. So we certainly understand, and those struggles have been well documented. I agree. So, and we're aware of those, and we've found our building management to be very responsive to what our concerns are, and they're doing everything they can to make it a good tenancy for us.
I appreciate the comment. I do have a follow-up. I have no background in this area, 65%. At what point of occupancy does it become a crisis for the owners of the building? Is there any way to know? It sounds to me like what you're saying is that's sort of the standard situation, but, and we're going with it anyway. It's a fait accompli. I understand that also. I was just thinking going forward what this might mean, or if this building will get reoccupied. We just reduced our footprint by a large amount, and I just wondered about it, so.
Trustee Hipsch, members of the committee, I would not be, I'd rather not comment exactly on what their break point is.
Okay.
You may have seen in other situations, commercial buildings are selling now for significantly less than they were. So debt service is going to play a big part in that as to where their break point is. So I don't really know what their current financed position is on the building. So,
Listen, I just appreciate the follow. Thank you. I appreciate your answer.
certainly.
Trustee Erlinson.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. Congratulations, everyone, for what looks to be an amazing space, having walked around a few times. To Trustee Grabowska's question, thank you for all the work to try to make it as sustainable as possible as a transition. I haven't done renovation at home for a long time, done some painting, but I'm mindful that a lot of the products have petroleum, so there's volatile organic compounds and other pollutants that emanate from carpets and paint. Were we able to use things that were healthier, or were those cost prohibitive?
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Erlinson, yeah, the construction was a little interesting here in that it was routed through our landlord. They held the construction contract for us, and they have certain building standards that they hold their contractors accountable to. We certainly emphasized sustainable design in areas that we had control over, and tried to the extent possible, construct this in a sustainable, friendly way. I will say, I don't think you had the traditional new building smell that you have with some of those, as you're aware of some of those kind of petroleum or volatile organic compound containing materials. But it was a little bit of a balance because, like I said, our landlord actually held the contract, and so we were sort of limited into what we could and couldn't require.
Trustee Jackie Johnson.
Well, I also appreciate, I don't know if that's working, the focus on energy reduction and the things that you mentioned, LED lighting and the HVAC system. And the other thing that from a comment that was made, one of the reasons I imagine for being in downtown St. Paul for staff is proximity to the Capitol. I serve on another board that has offices right across the street. They're being forced out of the building by the landlord who's renovating it for condos. And so, I mean, I think
Sure.
that the real estate struggle right now is just an interesting one in urban areas, but the proximity to the capital, it seems to me, would be another advantage to staying in St. Paul. And then when I was reading your report, I really appreciated all the detail. And I was thinking, one of the things that you talk about is equity in the design phase of this. And I was thinking, well, how do you bring about equity? How does that enter in? It's compatible, obviously, with the system's mission. And then I read that it was about windows. And so we don't have any. And so, but no, I'm serious, because that is a really important feature for staff in terms of being able to see outside and having access. And then I assume that it also plays in terms of this balance between those who are working hybrid schedules and those who are here. And so at first I thought, I just don't get it. I don't get how equity could factor into this. And then you did a nice job, I just want to say, of explaining how that was part of the conversation and the discussion and the end product. So thank you. This is my first visit. I do want to say that the parking downstairs I was about to break the law and remove a cone. But I didn't. So you could fix that, I would be happy. Thank you.
Chair Soul.
So we've been in here for a few months. What are the early returns?
Chair Hibbs, Trustee Sewell. Yeah, so I think we're starting to see or started to see over the summer staff slowly trickle back in and start to live and use in the space. I think some of the things that we've been working on since the move-in is installing some art just to kind of give some more color and flavor and energy to the space. I think part of what a project like this spurs is the conversation just around workplace standards and things like that. What are expectations in terms of working from the office and who gets an assigned workstation? With the exception of the cabinet, nobody in this project received their own office, which is a change from the previous setup. And so that's a change that staff had to work through. And we, initially would hear things like, well, I'm just going to take an office anyways, those kind of things. And so as we have started to, I think, live in the space and different units are responsible kind of for holding up those standards, that we've started to see people kind of settle into a new routine. And things like that. We still get questions or requests from time to time, but I would say nothing major or nothing that is been identified as something that isn't working well or that requires a revision or remodeling or anything like that. So I think we're continuing to receive feedback and encourage feedback as we get it. But I think we haven't really received a lot of this isn't working very well. It's more of, I think, just kind of learning the space. And as folks learn more and more how it works, they're more comfortable with it and just kind of adjusting to the new normal.
I'll just add as well that we do plan to survey staff shortly here. It's been about 6 months since we've been occupying the space, so we'll be surveying them about their observations, suggestions, and thoughts, and try to incorporate that into some, if any, changes we make moving forward.
Trustee Tully.
Is this working? You mentioned that for the renovation, we were required to use the landlord's preferred construction company for the renovation. Did the landlord have an equity interest in that company?
Chair Hibbs, Trustee Tully, good question. And so the landlord has actually a pool of contractors that I think there's 4 contractors that I don't know if it's approved to do their work or what have you, but that are just familiar with their work. They know the standards and processes and things like that. And so they actually did competitively bid the project to those 4 contractors. And so we did get competitive pricing. I don't believe that our landlord had any financial interest in the contractor. It's a contractor that does these kind of downtown office remodel projects in St. Paul. I mean, that's kind of all they do. And so, like I said, I can't speak to the specific financial arrangements. I don't believe that was the case, and I didn't see that any sort of conflict metastasized during the project.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Trustee Erlinson.
I have an odd request, but I'm pretty severely hearing impaired even with my hearing aids. So Ryan, I can hear really well, but Lindsay, I really can't. So if people can, and William, I couldn't like speak into the mic loudly because I can hear you that you're speaking, but it's hard to understand. Maybe I'm the only one. I'm sorry about that request, but thank you. Can I ask a question since I have the
Go ahead.
mic? You mentioned that Cabinet has offices. So does that mean everybody's a nomad, or are they like cubicles at least? And if they're not, is there a place to put your coat and things like that if you're kind of, I mean, I'd be fine as a nomad, kind of sit here one day, sit here the next. I'm just curious about that.
Thank you for the question. Yes, so one of the kind of guidelines or operating principles that we have is that staff who do come into the office 3 or more days a week have the option to have a reserved or assigned workstation if they would like. So they have that option. The other unassigned offices and workstations are available for any staff to check out when they would like, and they can do so through EMS, the system that we use for campuses as well for space reservations. So there is some flexibility there, but part of that too was the opportunity for staff to move to different locations within the office. If they're collaborating with other colleagues or need a quiet space for a day, they can reserve an office, or maybe they're collaborating with some colleagues, as I said, and they all would like to sit together. So we wanted to offer that flexibility for staff and their seating arrangements.
Trustee Tuffer.
This is sort of a selfish. I'm wondering, because before we remodeled, there were some spaces near the board office that were for trustees, and we could use the computers, or we could have quiet conversations, et cetera. And I have no idea, is there even anywhere in this situation here a single computer that trustees could use?
Chair Hibbs, Trustee Teffer, yes, right behind you, there's not a computing space in there, but that is identified as a private space if trustees need to have a conversation or things like that. Certainly, there are also 2 areas of booth seating with kind of the banquettes, the hotel-ing layout that certainly trustees would be able, that are just right outside here, that trustees would be able to plug in. And there are certainly offices and other areas with technology that certainly, if you need to do some work, we could find a place for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll figure it out.
And I know there's a huddle room right over here and a couple conference rooms. And we have the old conference room area on the other side.
That was more to the point for me. If you just a couple people want to sit down in front of a computer in private, if there a private space, but okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Last question, Trustee Sharon.
Just very quickly, in terms of reserving space that you're talking about where I'm going to work, if I don't have a defined space, is every space in our offices now require reservation, including those little booths that are out here?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Sharon. No, so if someone has an assigned workstation, that workstation is taken kind of off, if you will, so no one can use that workstation if it's been assigned to a staff. All the rest of the workstations and unassigned offices are open for reservation, but as you said, there are also some spaces that are just drop-in. So there's a huddle room, as Trustee Hipp said, right out here. That is just first come, first serve. And there are a few of those rooms throughout the space. In addition to the booth seating that Ryan mentioned on the 3rd floor and 4th floor, those are just drop-in spaces as well for staff to gather. And then the work cafe is another great place that people will often just stop down, sit at a table together, work on something. That is also not assigned first come, first serve. We do also have our conference rooms, which we typically do like to make sure are assigned ahead of time, so there's no confusion there. But if the space is not used, you can check online briefly and stop into that room too if it's not being reserved.
Very good. Well, great project. Thank you for all your leadership on it and for everyone who's been involved with it, and look forward to using the space. With that, we will move on in our agenda. Next item is the F26 committee work plan. Vice Chancellor Mackey.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. What's included in the materials is a FY26 board committee work plan and calendar that starts in October 2025 through June 2026. And to make a few comments related to what is included in it is it's broken down into 3 categories: strategic topics, board policy, and operational. And the strategic topics align with the FY 2026 strategic initiatives and the Chancellor's work plan. Many of them fall within the Finance and Facilities Committee realm for at least for initial discussion, and also relate to some of the discussion that occurred at the September board retreat. So you'll see on the strategic topics, in particular, between January and March, the first quarter of calendar year 2026, there's a very full agenda of very meaty topics for the board to discuss related to tuition and fee strategy, which will begin that discussion later in this committee, the allocation framework, which was discussed at the retreat, college and university facilities planning, or talking about how we right-size our physical footprint as part of those strategic discussions. Related to that is then when we look to the next quarter of the calendar year, April through June, the board will start to take action on some of these items as we begin operationalizing changes that would occur from the larger discussions. An example of that would be in the fiscal 28 capital budget guidelines, the first and second reading in April and May. Any discussions related to an overall macro direction for college and university facilities would definitely be incorporated in how we would think about our legislative request for fiscal year 28, which that process begins at the same time we're lobbying for our 26 capital request to the legislature. Related to tuition and fee strategy, there's many moving parts on that. One of them is Board Policy 511, tuition and fees, where there'll be a first and second reading of any amendments to those policies and accompanying procedures in February and March, as well as the related policy related to tuition and fee due dates, refunds, withdrawals, and waivers, which is slated to be a January and February discussion. And there's philosophical dimensions of setting tuition and fees, but there's clear direction that's needed that relates to the workday student implementation. So the timing of those policy amendments and those procedures being amended and implemented, those dates are necessary to be met in order to stay on track with the workday student implementation, particularly the student financials module. So been a lot of good policy and process alignment work. So you'll start to see some of those decision points come forward for discussion, where essentially we'll need more uniformity for sure in tuition and fee due dates, refunds, and withdrawals, as an example. Another aspect of tuition and fees related, and it falls in the operational, is we also are recommending that we move up the timeline for the approval of tuition and fees and the operating budget for fiscal year 27 or the 26-27 academic year. I don't know how long it's been, but I think it's been well over a decade, maybe probably longer, where typically the first reading's been in May and the second reading's been in June, due to what may or may not occur legislatively related to those items. We believe, and based on being able to, for colleges and universities to plan, we would like to move that timeline up to April and May for this year, so that the first reading is in April and then the second reading is in May. And of course, that could change if there was things that came up that we weren't anticipating sitting here today. But that is a recommendation for our work plan, is to move that timeline up to April and May. And how that relates to the strategic topics, we'll be talking about, as an example, whether we want to move towards more standardization with tuition rates. If there was an appetite to do that, that would play into or need to be incorporated into how 27 tuition rates were set. So all these items relate to one another, where there's discussion that occurs in January, February, and March. The board will start taking action on those items in April, May, and June. And then the other highlight I would point out is that in January, I believe we will have more specific discussion than we've had in the past related to individual college and university financial health. We've always had a January update coming off of financial statements, but we haven't, probably been as clear. We've talked more about ranges of how colleges and universities rank in quartiles or quintiles or such related to one another. I think based on the expectations that I understand is there'll be a more focused discussion on individual financial health that will start in January, and what implications that may or may not have related to tuition and fee strategy, as well as the allocation framework discussion. So in general, a lot of significant discussions occurring during the course of this year. And one more, the last item I would say before turning it over to Chair Hipsch for comments and questions is in June, also talking about, what our next steps are related to the allocation model and initiating that review. Then that would occur mostly during next academic year. So I don't think, just looking at this agenda, besides the other operational items, that I think we will have fairly robust agendas throughout the rest of this year, with some very significant topics that will reach decision points in a pretty speedy fashion due to some external deadlines, as well as, I think, a sense of urgency from the board to have some of these discussions and move away from some of our existing policies in some of these areas. So I'll turn it over to Chair Hipsch.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Mackey. The one additional strategic topic that isn't on here, and it's intentionally not on ours only because it really goes across multiple committees, is that around shared services. So there will be a component of it that we're engaged with from the finance and facilities, but is not solely owned by finance and facilities. So just wanted to call that one didn't get missed. It's also part of the broader conversation. With that, are there questions with regards to this the work plan? It's an ambitious work plan, and we're going to have full agendas for the year ahead. But any tweaks or questions? Seeing none. Oh, Trustee Janzai.
I'm a little concerned about having the tuition and fees done before the legislature ends.
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Janicic, the actual approval of tuition rates and operating budgets would be right after the legislative session adjourns. And I believe, at least my understanding is the direction that I've received is we've been having tuition discussions more openly and in a way than we previously had with the legislature. So we've been keeping government relations as part of the team in debating whether these timelines make sense or no, but it is a departure from how we've done things in the past. But the actual approval will be right when session adjourns.
Any other questions? Seeing none, let's go ahead and move on to the facilities project. It's been requested to do a break. Let's do a 5-minute break, and then we'll reconvene at 10:31.
All right. Chair Hipsch and trustees, first item here before you today for information is a recommendation for changing how the board reviews and approves contracts for capital projects anticipated to cost more than $3 million. Our goal with this change is to improve the transparency of major capital projects by shifting the timing of the board engagement earlier in the project lifecycle, allowing for a more comprehensive understanding of the full scope, cost, and funding strategy for a project before you see it later after money's already been expended. This proposal does not require any changes to board policy. It's simply a timing change. But I will turn it over to System Director Ryan Reese for some additional context on the proposed changes.
Thank you, Associate Vice Chancellor Swanson. Under current board contracting policy, board approval is required for any contract with a total contract value of $3 million or more. For facilities, this often means construction-related contracts. In practice, design and construction contracts are approved individually and sequentially. For example, an institution may enter into a design contract under $1 million, which does not require board approval. And then 6 or 12 or even 18 months later, after much planning and design work has been completed and other financial commitments have been made, seek board approval for the construction phase contract exceeding the $3 million threshold. So to enhance transparency, strategic oversight, and process efficiency, institutions will now seek board approval for the total project value earlier in the design phase if any single contract within the project is expected to exceed the $3 million threshold. This change fosters board engagement earlier in the project lifecycle, allowing for a more comprehensive understanding of the full scope, cost, and funding strategy for the project. Board approval will be based on the total anticipated cost of the project, including design, construction, contingency, and other related project expenses. Once the total project value, or TPV, is approved, individual contracts within the project may proceed under delegated authority, provided they remain within the approved total project value. Material changes in the total project value will require resubmission and a reapproval by the board. This updated practice is consistent with how the board currently handles approving both the project and subsequent contracts for state capital bonding request projects, and does not require a policy revision since this approach merely shifts the timing and breadth of information presented. In a few minutes, you will see an example of this approach in practice with MSU Moorhead's Guaranteed Energy Savings Project. So we'll get into it in a little bit more detail shortly here, but in the interim, happy to answer any questions on this topic that the committee may have.
Are there any questions on this topic? Seeing none, I applaud the group for bringing forward this. I think it gives us better visibility to the entire project, and sounds like no board policy needs to be changed, so we're good on that front. Okay, let's go ahead and move into the first contracts. First one is energy savings projects for Minnesota State University Moorhead. I didn't know, Vice Chancellor Mackey, if you had, I know in the packet we had listed, we had identified those that were under the threshold for coming to the full board, but for visibility, those are in there. So just I draw your attention to those other contracts also. With that, Vice Chancellor Mackey. Or Associate Vice Chancellor Swanson.
Chair Hipsch and trustees, you will recall last month we provided an update on our alternative capital financing guaranteed energy savings program. Before you today for approval is the first of these exciting projects. With me today at the table are System Director Reese, and then coming up as well is Vice President of Finance and Administration George Tippins from Minnesota State University Moorhead to present the details of the project. And I would also like to acknowledge that President Downs is in the audience, and then we welcome any comments he would like to add as our brave first participant in this new program. So being first is always a little risky, but we appreciate his willingness to step out and support this program. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Reese to lead us through this project.
Thank you, Associate Vice Chancellor Swanson. Committee is stuck with me today, so happy to go through the next topic on the list here. So Yes, as Associate Vice Chancellor Swanson mentioned last month, as most of you will recall, we provided an overview of energy savings performance contracting and the system office facility team's efforts in building out a program to support campuses in this work. And we're here today to present the first project moving forward under this program at MSU Moorhead. As discussed last month, energy savings performance contracting is a project delivery model that allows campuses to complete energy-related projects for little to no upfront cost, instead financing those costs over a term of up to 20 years and using guaranteed energy cost savings to service that debt. These projects are more complex than traditional construction projects due to the financing requirements and long-term commitments. And so several contracts are required in order to execute an ESPC project, including a phase one energy services contractor contract, which covers design, engineering, cost estimating, and other pre-construction activities. There's a contract that covers phases 2 and 3, which is the construction and also the measurement and verification phase, which is where we validate that the actual savings meet or exceed the designed and guaranteed savings once the project is completed. Additional agreements include a financing agreement between the campus and a competitively solicited lender, which will amortize the project costs over a loan term of up to 20 years. These projects or these financing arrangements may require related agreements for things such as escrow and bond counsel services, and also require a tax-exempt lease purchase agreement to cover the length of the term. Other agreements may be necessary to complete the construction project, such as commissioning, construction testing, cooperative purchasing agreements, and there are also opportunities in this kind of work to incorporate grant agreements, utility program rebates or incentive agreements, or other related arrangements for incorporating alternative funding sources into the project. So we're here today to discuss MSU Moorhead's Energy Savings Performance Contract. George Tippins is here to walk you through the project goals, scopes, and outcomes. But before we turn it over to him, President Downs would like to just give a little overview of his experience with the project they have going on. President Downs?
How about now? There we go. Good morning, Chair Soul, Chair Hibbs. We're excited to be the guinea pig for this. We look at it, how do we increase savings on campus across the board? And one of them is our facilities and facilities efficiencies. So when Mr. Tippins was hired, it was one of the things that he brought to us as the cabinet. I was really pleased to do that. Mr. Tippins is the Vice President for Administration and Finance, so this falls under his domain. We've gone through a conversation and a series of interactions on campus, so we're real excited to present this to you. So with that, I'll turn it over to our resident expert, Mr. Tippins.
Thank you, President Downs, Chair Hibbs, Chairman Soul, trustees. And if I may, this is kind of a homecoming for me, although I've only been in the system for about a year and a half. My last job, I was staff to the Committee on Finance and Facilities for the South Carolina Commission on Higher Education. So a bit of a role reversal. I'm in the hot seat now, but I do have fond memories sitting in here and being able to go over some projects with you. So as President Downs mentioned, when I started with Moorhead, this is one of the kind of first initiatives I started thinking about based on my experience in South Carolina. A number of the public institutions there went through guaranteed energy savings projects. And when I came to Minnesota and understood kind of the constraints we were facing, looking at kind of efficiencies. So how do we leverage other initiatives so we don't have that reliance on the general fund, be it taxpayer dollars or revenue we receive from students and their families. So soon after I started, Ryan came over and visited campus, and I spoke with this, and he was very excited. He had experience with it too. So I really wanted to thank Ryan and his team for being great partners in getting us to where we are now, and also the team behind me of Amoresco. So we've been working with them at Moorhead for over a year now to get to where we are, where a project that I can present for your review and approval. So one of the priorities that we looked at, there are multiple priorities, but one was sustainability. So I had these grandiose ideas early on, and realizing that, For our heating, we're in a northern climate, we use fuel oil and natural gas. Can we move to geothermal? Well, that was initially put down after I figured out what that capital investment was, because big part of this is also, financing. So working with Amoresco, one of our priorities was how do we make this self-funded, meaning that all these costs can be paid for through operational and utility savings. Operational meaning nothing to do with staffing. So I'm very risk averse. These programs are guaranteed, but I didn't want the plan to include potentially losing an FTE. And if things change at the university, we have to rehire a position. And then, it's not 100% self-funded. So the project before you is self-funded, meaning that all the costs are guaranteed through reduction in energy usage or minor operational savings. I'll give you an example of that is one of our proposals is to retrofit all of our lighting systems to LED. So some of the operational savings would be that we wouldn't have to purchase fluorescent or incandescent fixtures because LED fixtures have a longer lifespan. So really excited about that to reduce the risk for us. The guarantee is based on the pro forma that Amoresco provides us. If those savings don't materialize, Amoresco is on the hook. So they guarantee that we're going to have those savings each year. When you look at a pro forma, it's compound interest around 3% a year because we know our energy costs will go up just based on CPI and inflation. But if those cost savings aren't met, Amoresco will match that. And so we have that guarantee. So self-funding was a major part of it. I mentioned sustainability. So we're just reducing our energy usage. Also looking at long-term sustainability for the campus. We had a recent retirement for an individual who controlled our building automation systems. I learned that the program that he used was antiquated software. It's run on a laptop that cannot connect to the internet and runs on Windows XP. So that was one of our priorities is how do we move this system to the future, have these systems connect so we can manage our automation across the campus. Also, getting better data. One of the other things I learned about our campus was we have one main meter for our electrical that comes into our campus. And so I wanted to work with the team, see if Amoresco would make it work to install sub-meters at all of our different facilities. So that way we can better track the usage and consumption and see if there has to be shifts. And is there a problem that needs to be fixed? Or is it a behavioral issue so we can help move that, change that behavior to reduce our footprint? So those were kind of the large priorities we had for the university. One of the other things that we looked at is there a way to optimize and make our heating more efficient during the winter months? So we have a old heating plant that runs on low pressure and high pressure boilers. During the winter months, it switches to high pressure. And there's some additional costs with that because we have to maintain, for safety reasons, 24-hour staffing of our boilers. So the other thing about it is the steam pipes get smaller as they go across campus. So when you get to the outbuildings on the west side of the campus, the heating isn't as good. So Amoresco team was looking at ways to kind of improve that and maybe make us go from low pressure the entire year. It didn't really pan out. The numbers didn't work, but that's something that we may come back in the future based on how this project goes moving forward. The other thing I mentioned earlier is about kind of risk tolerance. The funding for this is kind of funded over a 20-year plan. So realizing that we wanted to have a menu of options and not necessarily do any improvements on facilities that in our capital long-term plan we had to potentially demolish because I would hate to, or renovate. I would hate to, spend costs on upgrading light fixtures and then we do an interior renovation the next year and then we have to change that. So it's really, we're very intentional on what's included in this project and looking at that long time frame for the campus. So ultimately what Amoresco has proposed and is what's included in this almost $6 million project are what you see before you. So upgrading the rest of our fixtures, which is about 17,000 to LED, that is going to generate a lot of savings, and the savings from that can help pay for some of these other items within this list that by themselves may not be self-funded. I'll give you an example is that installing sub-metering, where I believe that we're going to have better data and that can change behaviors. It's really hard to quantify those savings, but the savings generating from the switching to LED will help pay for those sub-meters. I mentioned earlier building automation systems. We had that one staff person using that old Windows laptop. So there's upgrades just in a couple. It's very expensive to do this campus wide, but Amoresco is focusing on 2 of our main buildings to upgrade that software so we can talk with our systems more closely. Optimizing our hoods. So in our dining facility right now, we operate many hours versus the day, high velocity. So reducing that, not only will it reduce electrical consumption, but it's pulling out conditioned air. So all the air it pulls out, we have to recondition. So fine tuning that, just the hours of needed, and also in our science labs. Right now we run our hoods 24 hours a day. We don't have to. So kind of looking to see what meets the safety standards for those areas. Amoresco has that plan. And so that's going to reduce the cost as well. Again, not replacing those condition systems. I mentioned sub-meterings. The other thing is demand response technology. So the way our electrical charges work, it's not just kilowatt hours used. We also pay a higher rate during peak sessions. So having software being able to track when those peak areas will begin, and so we can reduce our electrical usage during that time to reduce overall costs. So they're going to improve that system. And so we have that better knowledge and can reduce our energy consumption during those high peak areas. The other option they're looking at is this weatherization. So caulking, installing weather strips, again, to reduce conditioned air going out and having to replace it. I asked Amoresco during the 20-year plan because some of these things don't have a useful life or lifespan over that 20 years to include in their pro forma those costs. So knowing, for example, weatherization, we have to replace it every 7 years. We'll include it as a potential cost in year 8 that we have to do to, again, make sure that the proposal they have can be self-funded over that 20-year period. And with that, I'm available for any questions that the trustees may have.
Thank you very much. Trustee Grabowska.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From here, your name looks like Ginny Arthur, and I know you're not Ginny. Sorry. I actually have 2 questions. You know, I chuckled when you talked about the computer issue, and then I sat back and I thought, well, at least there aren't going to be any cybersecurity threats because it's not attached to the internet. Is cybersecurity a facet or an issue that is part of the consideration here? And then the second part of my question is going to be tied to AI and whether or not artificial intelligence is going to be or was conceived as having some role in the future as this program continues to develop.
Yes, thank you, trustee, for those questions. So obviously we had the cyber attack February of last year. So that's always top of mind at our institution to protect that. And yes, I think that is one of the reasons why we don't hook that laptop up to the internet. It's because it doesn't have the security features, but the program only is able to run on that kind of Windows XP software. And we actually keep it under lock and key in a special locker because we're afraid that our IT department will find that laptop, wipe it, and then we won't be able to use the software anymore. So it's very important to us. Regarding AI, yes. So part of this project is we're going to have a dashboard to kind of manage those peak demand responses or those building automated systems. And AI is going to be a component of that to kind of tell us what optimizations we need to do to help create the most energy efficiency for our campus.
And Chair Hips and Trustee Grabowska, I'll just add to that. A lot of what Moorhead is attempting to do here will set them up for more sophisticated data analysis in the future. Things like the sub-metering that he mentioned, absent that, it becomes a lot more difficult to to get to the level of granularity where something like AI could overlay and provide you some intelligent data analysis. So in a couple months, you'll see another one of these projects that Winona State will bring. They've already completed a couple rounds of this type of project, and so you'll see then the next sort of the next step or the further refinement that they're able to do because they set the table in earlier projects.
Trustee Janet Johnson.
Thank you. This is really an exciting project. Is there a net cost for this project? You talked about, gross costs, guaranteed savings. So what's the bottom line cost to Moorhead?
Yeah, so we're seeking approval for $6 million. The pro forma thinks it's going to be $5.9 million over the year, and that's based on a conservative approach. So it has a contingency built in. Ryan mentioned that we're going out for bid for financing, but they also plugged in a conservative interest rate for us over that 20 years as well. So the cost to us would be actually zero as this program works. So the calculation works is that Amoresco looks to see what our average utility costs have been over the past few years, and then they're projecting what it will be after doing these improvements are done. And so that delta, that difference is going to pay the debt service of the 20-year loan that we receive.
Trustee Coles.
Thank you very much. I think this is just fascinating at what financial minds are able to construct. And my hat's off to Amoresco for being able to calculate 20 years of anything and minimize or avoid risk for Moorhead. And I particularly appreciate the comment about weather stripping. Right, lasts about 3 years in my experience. Do we have vulnerability to changes in the state or federal policies regarding energy or rebates that would affect these contracts? Thanks.
Chair Trustee Coles, yep, great question. Yeah, so actually here in Minnesota, we have this statutory authority to do these projects. Statute specifically covers these type of projects and sets forth the criteria that we went over here to allow institutions and other municipalities, things like that, to do the work. So I think locally here, we're pretty comfortable with just our statutory ability to do this kind of work. Maybe a less optimistic view in terms of some sort of federal incentives and rebates that can really help make these projects work. We're still, I think, sorting through what the recent bill federally, the long-term impacts of that. It certainly won't help things on certain projects, but there are certain tax credits, like for geothermal systems, for example, that are looking like they'll survive. And so we are, in working with Amoresco and other industry partners, doing the best we can to understand what the future might look like. But there's certainly, it wouldn't be fair, I think, to say that there's zero risk in that, but we're just doing the best to be as conservative and proactive as we can in mitigating those risks and going into these projects with those identified and plans to, like I said, to mitigate them.
Good. I appreciate that for future projects, but concerning this specific project, are we susceptible to changes in policy from the point at which the contracts are signed?
Thank you, Trustee Coles. So the way that Amoresco built out this project cost, they included just the reduction in utilities. So there are some rebates for the LED light conversion right now, but those are all additive. So that would come back to the institution. It's not built into their financial 20-year plan. So that's just an additional net benefit that would come back to Moorhead.
In other words, so they're not assuming any of those rebates in the math. It's just it's a bonus that should those be realized, it'd be a bonus to the institution that they would just use to pay off the loan earlier.
That's very good. Thank you.
Trustee Jackie Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hips. I just want to first address this to President Downs and your comment about being a guinea pig and being first. I do remember my colleague at Morris saying to me in relation to the biomass plant, you should never be first, you should always be second. But we didn't listen to that. And so I want to just congratulate you on being willing to do this. I don't have the financial expertise related to this, but really appreciate it, having worked with an ESCO on a different campus and a different system. So good work. My other comments really have to do with, and I think our focus is primarily on the financial advantages, but I do hope as you move forward with this as an exemplar for other campuses that you'll also talk about the environmental impact. You kind of allude to that, but I'm always thinking in terms of marketing, and I know that that's maybe not the kind of what's so exciting to people at the moment, but I think the environmental impact of these savings is going to be something that would likely be attractive to your students. And then the third point that I would make is, as you were talking about the advantages in terms of better data, more data, all of that, I'm just thinking about your students, President Downs, and your faculty and the opportunities that are there for faculty, student-sponsored research using that data in a real-life situation. So this has so many, I think, wonderful advantages beyond even the financial ones. Just really exciting. Thank you.
And thank you, Trustee Johnson. I forgot to mention that. It's one of the things that we really like partnering with Amoresco about, because we have a project management degree program. We have a sustainability degree program, and we're going to partner with them, and they're going to work with their subcontractors to provide those internship and the experiential learning opportunities for our students. So we're really excited about that as well, because that's our mission, teaching students.
What George said. Yes, no, that was part of our conversation when we were looking at this, is let's use this as a simulation. And I think it's also a really good example of a campus and the campus consciousness about sustainability initiatives and energy efficiencies. Universities should maybe be the trial balloon every once in a while and try something new. We feel really confident. It probably won't be perfect, but we'll figure it out. And then we can share the outcomes with our colleagues at other campuses to help them move this initiative forward as well. Thank you.
Trustee Sewell.
Thank you. Substantively, this sounds such a great program. My father, who worked on the campus 50 years ago, would be very impressed. It's also helpful to me to understand this financing concept, to have a real life example here in front of us. But I still have some questions about this financing concept. Number one, who is the pool of potential lenders? Secondly, I assume Amoresco is a for-profit company, how do they make money? And third, what's the difference between this and going down to the First National Bank of Moorhead and asking for a $6 million loan?
Chair, it's Trustee Sewell. I'll try to address all three of your questions there. So in terms of a pool of lenders, we actually released the RFP yesterday, and it's a public solicitation. And in that, we are encouraging partnerships or creative approaches that would allow local lenders to participate in these projects, rather than just the U.S. Bank or the larger national banks, which probably will have an interest in the project as well. But we know that obviously institutions like Moorhead have long-serving relationships with local lenders. And even if those lenders may not have the capital to finance the whole project, we want to encourage them to partner in ways that, again, to utilize local lenders as much as possible. Amoresco, certainly is a for-profit entity, and their fee for doing this work is built into the pro forma as well. And so they are making a fee on the work, similar to a design build or a construction manager at-risk arrangement, if you will. And your third question, there certainly is, and we're hopeful that there's a potential for a lot of different types of lenders to participate in these projects. I think the What makes these a little bit unique is the energy savings component and the sort of the collateral piece to it that might be a little bit more challenging. You know, guaranteed savings as a collateral is a little bit of a unique approach to it. So there is a little bit of a tax exempt lease purchase arrangement that facilitates that sort of thing. And so yeah, certainly we're hopeful that those sort of banks are able to participate. But these are maybe just a little bit more unusual than a traditional construction loan, if you will. And part of it, frankly, probably is just new and just educating banks that just haven't done this before, right? Haven't taken something like this on. Might be initially, difficult to evaluate the risk, the distribution of risk on this. But yeah, we're hopeful to involve as many lenders as we can to make these projects work.
I saw Associate Vice Chancellor Swanson came forth. Anything you wanted to add to that?
In the interest of time, I'll just hold tight.
Trustee Erlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those who aren't familiar, the ESCOs have been around a long time, as has the GESP, Guaranteed Energy Savings Program. I'm glad to hear they're doing it in South Carolina. And I'm pleased to hear from President Downs and that President Jans is doing this. And I would encourage us, given this is good, this is like a win-win, right? We save money or we at least break even and the environment's better off. And you mentioned fuel oil and natural gas. So those are both petrochemicals. So the more we can assist, especially our 2 years to do these kind of things, because they are complex, right? The better. And to Trustee Cole's point, I think it's also important to keep in mind what's going on in the electricity sector with increased demand from electrifying the economy and data centers. The industry keeping up with transmission and just supply is going to continue to be difficult. So sometimes utilities themselves provide incentives for customers, right, to save energy. And so I don't know if that was factored into the Amoresco's formula, but I think that may be increasing over time, given the demand is just going to continue to go up.
Yeah, Chair Trustee Erlinson, yeah, point well taken. And these projects actually do offer a good buffer against rising electricity rates, right? Because you're reducing energy and then you're paying a lesser rate than you would have as well. And so so yeah, that certainly is part of the pro forma, and reasonable estimates in terms of electrical escalation rates and things like that are all factored in as well. I'll also note that we do have Minnesota State College Southeast is in an earlier stage of this project moving forward, and that will come to you probably in January or February. You come to the committee here. And then we also have two-year institutions that are doing some feasibility studies around geothermal. So yeah, so we feel like we're pretty well represented so far with our university and college sector, and we're looking for more institutions that are interested as well.
Trustee Coles.
Very quickly, is there a difference? I was struck by Chair Sol's example of walking down to the local bank and taking out a loan. Seems to me that loan would be on the balance sheet then of the college and the institution, but in this arrangement, we may be in effect offloading that loan to Amoresco, and therefore there's actually a positive impact for this kind of a project in terms of our CFI rating or in some fashion our financial posture. But that may not be true too. I'd just be interested if there is.
I think it stays on our balance sheet, but I'll let Brian.
So Chair Trustee Coles, there are limits to what Minnesota State can do in terms of just going down to your local bank and borrowing. And that's not something we're allowed to do, as much as it'd be fun to have a big credit card like other institutions sometimes have. But what there is there's statutory authority that calls out these guaranteed energy savings programs specifically, which is what distinguishes this kind of program and being able to do it through an Amoresco from just going down to your local bank. as far as like the details of the accounting, I believe this becomes, it's still an obligation of the institution. So it still shows up. It just shows up probably under like a capitalized operating thing. So it all gets accounted for. There's no real free money. It's on the books.
Thank you.
Great conversation. I'm going to keep us moving forward. We had a wonderful conversation. We were a little off on the 5-minute allocation for this topic, but all is good. With that, any last questions before we have a motion to come forward? Seeing none, is there a motion?
So move.
Second? It's been moved in second. I'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Coles.
Aye.
Trustee Janusik. Trustee Jana Johnson.
Aye.
Trustee Jacqueline Johnson. Vice Chair Mo.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That is approved. Oh, Trustee Janusik. Aye. Okay, our next contract, and thank you so much to the team that presented.
Thank you.
Our next topic is Aircraft Maintenance Technician Program Ground Lease at St. Cloud Technical and Community College.
Chair Hipsch and trustees, before you for approval is a 30-year ground lease for St. Cloud Technical and Community College's new aircraft maintenance program. With me at the table soon will be President Klus, who will be sharing a bit more about the project, and I'll turn the conversation over to her for some additional information about the program and its community impact. And I believe you have some slides. There should be some slides. You don't have slides. Oh, they were, well, we will just wing it from there, to use an aircraft term. So go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Sewell, Chair Hibbs, trustees. We're really excited. As you saw at the airport, we had an opportunity to share more about our aircraft maintenance technician program. We just heard yesterday that we're waiting for the last part to be Part 147 certified by the FAA. It was delayed by the shutdown, but we got notice yesterday that it is on the final signer's desk, and they think that it'll be signed this week. So I was sending messages, do you think they could get it done like this morning? But I haven't gotten any word, so it has not happened yet. But that will be our last piece, and we'll be offering the program starting in the fall of 2026. So what we're requesting today is we are working with the St. Cloud Sky Central Airport to do a 30-year land lease for $1 a year to build an aircraft, and it won't be a Quonset hangar, but it'll be an aircraft hangar, classroom, lab for our aircraft maintenance technician program. We have space on our campus for the first year of the program, which will take place next fall, but we do need to expand for the 2-year program, and with the land lease approval, we would be able to build the space at the St. Cloud Sky Central Airport, and will be a perfect location for our students. Air National Guard is also located there. Senator Putnam put us in touch with them, and they have agreed to work with us in having our students go back and forth to see their space, partner with them. So we have a lot of opportunities, and this will be the next step to moving forward with building space to host this program.
Trustee Coles.
Thank you, President Klus. This is very exciting, and I look forward to the reports of the completion of the project. But recognizing the context of St. Cloud State's, well, actually, this is SCTC, but there is no reference to what the cost of the hangar construction is, which actually there is reference to two $250,000 grants, I think, against that. But can you comment on what the ultimate cost to the school is going to be?
Chair Hibbs, Trustee Coles, we are estimating that the building cost will be about $3 million. We're working with Minnesota State Facilities team on what is called a legacy building. So it is not your typical Quonset hut, but it is a fabric wrapped steel structure with a 40-year expected life efficiency or life expectancy, very energy efficient, large space, creates that classroom space and lab space where we could host the program.
And how will that be paid for?
So we have two federal grants that we are requesting right now. One is congressionally directed spending for $1 million. And then we also have a FAA grant for $1 million that we've requested. We know that federal grant dollars could, we may get those or we may not. So we are also setting aside funds out of our fund balance to be able to cover the $3 million cost should those grants not come through. As Minnesota State University Moorhead was just sharing, they're looking at self-funding facility projects. And years ago, we did receive capital project funding to do a renewal of space and an addition of space for a long-term deed lease. And they leased 25,000 square feet. We knew that eventually that lease would probably go away and we'd have to repurpose that space. So we didn't roll the lease revenue into our operating budget. We've been setting that aside so we could repurpose the space. 2 years ago, deed did leave the space. We still lease to Career Force, but it significantly reduced the lease space. And so we do have funds set aside to repurpose that space, but then to also invest in this program. And this program right now, critical workforce need. So it made a lot of sense to reallocate those funds to be able to fund this building.
In addition to the ones you mentioned, it also looks like in the write-up, there's 250,000 for site improvement, 250,000 from DOT, and 1.1 million from the Minnesota State industry sector funding. So you have some of the funding. You're hoping to fill the rest of the gap from the federal funds, but you have an alternative source if needed. Correct?
Chair Hibbs, correct. We did receive 1.1 million in the workforce development funding. Now we have used that to purchase airplanes and to purchase trainers. We've also had a match the Department of Transportation grant for 250,000 for site improvements to create the space, the land space for us to build this building. Then we've received other industry matches and funds to purchase other equipment, curriculum. We received $250,000 grant for scholarships for students going into AMT. And so we're leveraging those resources and funds to be able to have this program take flight, for better words, but to really launch this program. And so the industry support has been critical. And then just with the land lease that the St. Cloud Airport is offering us at that greatly reduced cost is really helping to launch the program.
Very good. Other questions? Trustee Teffer.
Just a quick question about what you think your projected enrollments will be for this program?
Chair Hibbs, Trustee Teffer, we expect that the program will be full with potential waiting lists. We can take in a cohort of 25 for first year, 25 for second year. That is the max that we can take in under FAA to be a Part 147 school. What we've seen at other colleges is that there are waiting lists, and that's where the industry partners have come forward and shared that there is such a critical need. So all indications, we have parents calling us already saying, how does my child get registered for the program in fall? And we're really excited to get that final Part 147 certification because then we can open enrollment.
Any other questions? Oh, Trustee Alacon.
Do you happen to know how long your wait list will take?
I'm sorry.
Do you happen to know how long your wait list will take?
Chair Hibbs and Trustee, okay, I'm sorry, I'm Alarcon, right? Okay, thank you. I don't know what the wait lists are for the other colleges. We have not even opened enrollment yet, so we're still waiting. As soon as we get that Part 147 certification, then we'll open for enrollment, and then we'll monitor to see where we land with the number of students that are registered, enrolled, and what the wait list might be.
Seeing no other questions, is there a motion?
So move.
It's been moved and second.
Second.
I will do a roll call vote on this. Trustee Coles.
Aye.
Trustee Janasek. Trustee Jana Johnson.
Aye.
Trustee Jacqueline Johnson. Vice Chair Mo.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That is approved for the ground lease. Thank you so much for the presentation. Next up, we have the electrical infrastructure project at Normandale Community College. And I think we have some of the Normandale team here also we have 2 projects here on it. So we welcome them to come forward if they want. And I see President Yang's here. The number of the trustees had a chance to be down at Normandale yesterday for the library dedication. And we had a chance to walk in this space afterwards. So I know Trustee Johnson had a chance to join us on that. So with that, I'll turn it over.
All right. Chair Hipsch and trustees, our next 2 contracts for your review and approval are related to capital projects at Normandale Community College. The first of these is the Normandale Electrical Infrastructure Project, and the second is the renovation of the COP Student Center. And I will turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Reese, for a final time today to walk you through the 2 projects. And they're separate contracts. They'll require separate approvals, but we'll probably talk about them in one go.
Thank you, Associate Vice Chancellor Swanson. So these 2 projects do represent sort of the legacy way that we've been bringing projects forth. So we're not backtracking on what we just presented on the project level approach, but just kind of cleaning up some in-process contracts. So the first project, Normandale Community College received approval at the March 2025 board meeting for a construction contract to revise and replace the medium voltage electrical service entrance serving the entire campus in the amount of $6,200,000. Due to concerns about the unique risks of the project timeline, which included anticipated equipment lead times of several years, the campus decided not to proceed with the construction contract and instead rescope the project under the construction manager at risk delivery model to more fairly allocate project risk. The campus conducted a competitive RFP process and selected J.E. Dunn Construction as the construction manager. Normandale is here requesting approval of a guaranteed maximum price construction manager at risk contract with J.E. Dunn not to exceed $7.2 million, which will be funded by general fund balance. And as I mentioned, the campus is here to answer any questions that I cannot.
Questions on this project? Trustee Janusik.
Is this something that would be normally funded under HEPR?
Chair Trustee Janusik, ideally, this would be something somebody else would pay for, but the campus has a need and there just isn't enough money coming from the state. And so the campus was willing, in the interest of making progress and moving forward, to fund this one themselves.
So if this was anywhere else, any of our other campuses that don't have that kind of money, what would we do?
Chair Trustee, Chair Hipsch, Trustee Janusik, they'd sit there and wait. Nothing would happen and the programs would not be able to do what they're hoping to be able to do. And that's a problem on all our campuses on every day of the year.
Am I the only one that bothers? Okay. Just saying. I hope someone else is paying attention other than people in this room. We're fortunate that Normandale has this ability, but nowhere else in the state is going to have this. Well, maybe in a few other places they'll have this ability of our schools. All right. That's a damn shame.
Other comments? Seeing none, is there a motion for approval?
So move.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. We will do a roll call vote. Trustee Coles.
Aye.
Trustee Janusik.
No.
Trustee Jana Johnson.
Aye.
Trustee Jacqueline Johnson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Mo.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That is approved. Thank you. We'll move on to the second item.
Okay, Normandale Community College's COP Student Center houses the campus store, textbook depot, dining, and space for student clubs and organizations and student life. It was last renovated in 2011. However, since the pandemic, The food service space has been determined to be too large to be sustainable. The adjacent bookstore has space available for prepackaged food and drinks, which would allow for streamlined staffing and improved student services. The project would then right-size and remodel these spaces and respond to current student needs and requests for more organizational meeting space, updates to technology in meeting and gathering areas, and streamlined student support spaces. The campus conducted a competitive RFP process and selected J.E. Dunn Construction as the construction manager. Normandale is requesting approval of a guaranteed maximum price construction manager at risk contract with J.E. Dunn not to exceed $6.7 million. This project will be funded through a combination of COP Student Center Revenue Fund balance and Student Life and Bookstore Revenue Fund balances, which the institution has been setting aside in preparation for this project. And again, the campus is here to answer any questions that I'm not able to.
And just a clarification, you mentioned the total project budget was 6.7. The guaranteed maximum is 5.5. It looks like it's 5.5 is being funded by the revenue fund balance, and then 1.2 from the Student Life Bookstore Revenue Fund balance. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding what the total project authorization you're asking for.
Chair Hipsch, sorry for the confusion there. It's 6.7 million. Of that 6.7, 5.5 of it is funded through the Student Center Revenue Fund balance, and 1.2 of it is funded through Student Life and Bookstore Revenue Fund, for a total of 6.7 million.
Let's take a moment just to confirm that.
Oh, that is.
Mr. Chair, your sharp eyes caught a typo in the resolution. The resolution should actually read, the construction manager risk contract for J.E. Dunn is the 6.7.
Thank you. Yeah, it just didn't add up in my mind.
Yeah. The number of times we've all looked at that, one of us should have caught that before now, so my apologies.
Other questions? Having had a chance to walk the space yesterday, it's going to be really nice to see that redone and get even much better usage of the space that's available. So thanks to the entire team. With that, is there a motion for approval? It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. We will do a roll call vote. Trustee Coles.
Aye.
Trustee Janicek.
Aye.
Trustee Jana Johnson.
Aye.
Trustee Jacqueline Johnson. Vice Chair Mo.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That one is also approved. I think that ends our contracts for today. Did I miss any? Yep. So our next conversation is moving on to an early conversation on FY27 operating budget development. And very intentionally, we want to bring this up for initial conversation now to start giving the team direction on kind of where we're thinking of heading in the feedback from all of the trustees. There's really two parts to this conversation as we're setting up. And we're in the first part that Vice Chancellor Mackey will talk about will be building on a conversation we had back in September on the retreat on, should there be standardization in tuition rates across the sectors? So that'll be the first part of the conversation. The second part of the conversation will be really an early conversation around kind of what's the range we're comfortable with considering from a tuition increase perspective. We aren't taking any action on that today, but more of a start dialogue to have a conversation on kind of where those are going to head. So with that, Vice Chancellor Mackey.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. This was mentioned during the work plan. This is kind of how all the topics flow together over the course of the next few months. So this will be one of the first discussions related to tuition, both in the short term and in the long term. As Chair Hipsch mentioned, this is intended to be a continuation of the discussion that started at the board retreat in September, as well as a couple brief discussions that have occurred with Leadership Council with the goal to get a direction of the board's appetite to move along the continuum of having more uniform tuition rates across the system. So Trustee Hipsch, or Chair Hipsch, mentioned that the questions, the first one, should the system move towards standardization tuition rates in the coming years? As we've been thinking about that, it doesn't need to be all or nothing status quo to having one rate per sector. It can be moving to less rates per sector, having less of a variance between the low of the high or anything in between. So wanted to put that out there as we have those discussions. And it's important for us to at least get a pulse of what the committee's thinking, because it plays into how tuition parameters would continue to be discussed throughout the year as you approve annual rates. If there was a move to go in that direction, would it be, something that takes place over a couple of years to get to a point to where we want to end up? Oops, I just went too fast. So we, as we reflected and took notes on the conversation that occurred at the September retreat, there were a couple areas that came up as this was being discussed of benefits of it or related to this is looking at would this help with having more transparency for students? Would it make administrative work more efficient, and would it help with marketing opportunities? So those were some of the themes that we heard as we listened to the conversation that Trustee Coles facilitated at the September retreat. So looking at picking up on that discussion again this morning. Just to look at the data again quickly that was shared in September related to the ranges. With the college base tuition rates, there's a variance from high to low of about 20%. And then within differential online, there's more variation there. I mentioned there's been preliminary discussion at Leadership Council related to this. So perhaps President Barrett wants to just mention some things that he's taken away from that discussion, and perhaps provide the trustees with a sense of where the discussion is in the two-year sector.
Chair Hibbs, trustees, I think unlike our colleagues in the university sector, we haven't had the substantive conversations around what standardizing tuition rates would mean for us. I think there's certainly concern as the fiscal stewards of our institutions that if it means that we might lose revenue and then exacerbate some of the financial challenges we're already trying to manage. I think part of the challenge that I think, and I'm speaking more for myself than since we haven't had a lot of these conversations, there's a lot of variability among the two-year schools, right? There's different institutional types, and even in the consolidated, there's variability in the kinds of programming we offer and the costs associated with those programs. I think there's geographical challenges. If I'm a campus that has several small sites, my ability to get economies of scale in filling sections, and that's limited, and that's been historically factored into my tuition rates to the extent that I can. I think there's also border competition. So if you're in one of those border schools and you have to worry about what South Dakota is doing or what Iowa is doing, that has to be taken into account. So I think we want to have those conversations. I think it's just there's some complexities that we'll have to work through, and we would want to be thoughtful about moving toward a standardization.
In the university sector, the variance is around 7% from lowest to highest. The 6 universities that charge flat rate or banded tuition prior to last year, they were very similar in the 12 to 18 credits. The board approved last year Minnesota State University Mankato moving to a 13 plus credit model. So the university sector has had more focused discussions related to this particular area over the course of since last June. So perhaps President Jantz can comment on on his position on that, as well as give trustees a sense of the sector discussion.
Yeah, I think over the last 6 months, the university sector and our sector meetings have been having a lot of discussions about financing in general for the sector, but tuition has come up, and especially when we look at the 6 universities in greater Minnesota that have athletic programs and things, they look very much the same. And while we differentiate, they're still similar in operational styles, that we feel like there is enough cohesiveness that we could look at having more of a common tuition in the sector. And we've been having lots of discussions around that.
Before turning it over to back over to Chair Hipsch to facilitate discussion, I just want to make one other point related to this conversation, and it's more reflective of the 2-year college data. I think as we think about it, having more standard rates, it does relate to the allocation framework discussions in a way too, because they are the 2 major sources of operating revenue. So as these discussions come together in early 2026, there'll be a relationship between, perhaps potential changes with the allocation framework and tuition parameters. As an example, and the reason I have this slide up here is it may be a decision, looking at standardization, is what rate are you going to move towards? I'm sure there's some that would say, well, we should just move to the highest tuition rate. But it could be that we move to the average tuition rate or the median tuition rate. So the next level of these discussions, they need to be had in mind with what impact it also has on state appropriation, and not just in silos of tuition and the allocation framework. So I just wanted to make that point, and I'll turn it over to Chair Hipsch now. And I think we're hoping to have about a 20-minute discussion on this before shifting to the shorter term topic of next year's tuition rates.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Mackey. Just a little bit more clarity on the university. I believe the university, the 6 outside or the Greater Minnesota universities come forward with a request for us to look towards moving to a centralized or to a single tuition. Is that correct? Or
all 7
All
actually
7.
did, and it would. But yes, we all coalesced around that. It's in
Okay.
a request we sent to the chancellor.
Okay. And then how does this, so we're talking mainly tuition here, the standard tuition. How are we thinking with regards to differentials for programs across those universities? Is there any standardization there? And then second, any conversation on fees are completely separate from this. This is just talking tuition side, correct?
Chair Hipsch, just today's discussion is focused probably more on the base tuition rates, but I know reflecting on the conversation at the retreat and the 31 pages we have of differential tuition rates, that I believe there was an interest of looking at, perhaps making those more uniform over time as well. But for today's discussion, the focus was more on the base undergraduate tuition rates.
We'll open it up for questions and comments. Trustee Janet Johnson.
I feel like I have so many questions, but I'll start with if you just base costs for across institutions, so colleges. Personnel costs, I assume, are 75–80% of costs. Is that right? And given our union contracts, our personnel costs are the same regardless of geographic location, regardless of cost of living, all those sorts of things. Is that accurate?
Yeah, Trustee Johnson. Yeah, you have some discretion maybe with administration and with,
Right.
but yeah, right.
Okay. So the downside of standardizing tuition, particularly in the colleges, is, well, if you go to the highest rate, that's great. If you go to the lowest rate, that I might lose revenue. But from a cost, your actual expense perspective, is there, is it a huge, what's the magnitude of the downside? Is it, how material is it?
So just to give you kind of a sense of perspective, if we were to, let's say, increase our tuition rate 4%, that's about additional $1 million for my two institutions. A 4% change in personnel is about a $2.2 million, right? So they're not going up at comparable rates, right? And so
Okay.
even if, so lowering that tuition rate is going to just exacerbate the gap that already exists as we try to do right by our employees, but also
One more question.
stay open.
From a student perspective, what's the benefit of standardizing tuition across campuses?
Well, I think certainly the lack of it would reduce confusion for students who are going to multiple institutions. This is, I can only speak for my own institution. Our students have not brought that forward as an area of concern, that there's confusion as they move, but so I'm extrapolating just based on other comments I've heard. I think the other opportunity is to strengthen how we look as a system. But again, I would, from a 2-year perspective, be very concerned moving this forward, to move it forward without really understanding the implications it has for us financially.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, and I think when we heard a little earlier was the university sector might be a little bit further along in the conversation, and what we'd want to make sure is that there would be adequate time for the college sector to really have a good dialogue on this and come back with kind of pros, cons, what are the things that need to be thought about as we're moving. So that's part of the reason we're starting this early in the season for the conversation versus trying to do it all in a shorter time frame. Trustee Erlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this conversation forward early in the process. I think that's great. I have 2 questions, comments, ideas, whatever you might call them. I'm not surprised the universities may see more sinking. I'm wondering about the Trustee Johnson's question. It's hard for me to separate same tuition from actual cost of program delivery. And so if I have a lot of technical programs, those cost me more. Not the salaries of the people, but the stuff you have to have, a dental lab, nursing, welding, all that stuff. And so personally, I would support same tuition based on program, not just same tuition, if that makes sense. Like the more, even a university, the more chemistry labs, biology labs, flight programs, engineering, the costlier that is than what I studied, economics and sociology. It's just a classroom, right? So without having that component, it's hard for me to have the conversation. That's number 1. Number 2, Trustee Tully and I have been having this conversation a while about, this is more of our 2-year, our tuition is one of the highest in the nation. And we don't really know why, and that would be helpful. California, for some reason, it's $1,400 a year. That is a heavily unionized state, and they pay very well. I don't know why, except for the fact that almost every school has a minimum of 10,000 students. So you're allocating the fixed costs, the president's salary, the plumbing, the building costs amongst many more students. And the smaller your campus is, the higher each student has to pay for fixed versus variable costs, variable being another faculty member to teach a class, that sort of thing. So that I think also needs to inform us somewhat. I realize our neighbors on the 2-year have similar, the upper Midwest is by far the highest in the country if you look at the maps. And I don't know why, because the Dakotas are expensive. They're probably not as unionized. They don't maybe treat all their workers as well as we hope to. So that's another thing in my mind.
Trustee Grabowska.
I wanted to pursue that a little bit more. I mean, for me, the costs of personnel are not necessarily the same, even though you have a contract with different lanes. I mean, if you hire somebody from a market-driven discipline, so you pull somebody in from accounting, and they walk in at the top of the scale, absolute top of the scale. If you hire somebody in Spanish. We don't. And so, I was interested in hearing a little more from President Jans about this coalescing around a single rate, a potential single rate for the universities. I have to imagine that it would be at a higher rate than the lower rate. So is everybody going to go to Bemidji's level? Can you illuminate us a little bit about that discussion?
Yeah, it was a very long discussion, and one of the issues is when we keep saying we're going to go up 6.5%, we're going to go up 6%. The problem is, and you can see it, there's a later chart later down in the presentation. You will see that then one school went up $665 a year, and then one went up $540 a year. And what happens is the gap, if you just keep going up percentages, the gap keeps getting bigger and bigger. And that's what's happening right now is we're trying to figure out a way. We actually felt there's strength in numbers. And if we coalesce around one, and yes, you're right, we're thinking, can we all go up to a higher rate? At the same time, the issue of we're just doing across the board tuition increases is just creating a gap between the universities. And you can see it when you just do blanket numbers. So.
Trustee Johnson.
All right, but does that take care of the problem? All right. I mean, does that take care of the problem? Going up to it, all right, let's say Bemidji has the highest number. Everybody going up to Bemidji's number, does that make sure that Bemidji's going to be whole? That Bemidji's going to get by? Okay. No, it's not going to. All right, the problem does not go away. And I think that the issue should be, how do we make the problem go away? Where as a system, we treat all the kids the same, except we can't. Every kid needs different attention in a family at any given time. And this is a family. And if we look at it that way, we'll look at this thing a little differently, I believe. All right, because at any given day, any given time, somebody in that family needs a different kind of help. And until we decide that we will give us the flexibility to help the child that needs the help, we're not going to get this done right. And we can close gaps. We can give everybody a high tuition number. But if it's not going to work to make them guys be able to deliver what they need to deliver, to make sure it's about access, affordability, and making sure our kids get the kind of education they need to be productive in this society, in this world, we're not going to get this right. We are not going to get this right. So I think the conversation should be a little different. And I'm not so sure. I wish I had answers for that. All I know that I've spent a lot of time thinking about how we make this where the family takes care of the family and the ones that need it when the ones need it without doing stupid stuff. I don't believe this accomplishes anything. All right? And I think in your sector meetings, you should start having that discussion. How are we going to make sure we take care of the ones that are struggling at any given time? And how do we use the resources that are available to us to make that happen? Those are the kinds of discussions I believe you should have, because I think those are the ones that will make us stronger as a family and make sure that the people that we need to invest in are going to be good, solid, educated individuals.
Trustee Jackie Johnson.
Well, I first thank you, Chair Hips. Want to say I appreciate the way that you have an ability, I think, to address the elephant in the room as I think about it. I'm not sure about the family analogy exactly. I'm not sure if that works for me, but I think what I'm trying to think about are what are the a priori assumptions that we're making here that are undercutting this discussion? And I think, I'm not speaking for you, but I think the assumption that you're making is that each institution is worthy of support and survival. I don't know if that's feasible. I don't, it's kind of back to your comment from the earlier discussion about facilities. The campuses that have more students obviously have more opportunity to do the things that they need to do on their campuses than the campuses that don't. What's our obligation as a system to all of these campuses? And so I think, until we really get at some of those a priori considerations, what are the assumptions that we're making? We'll just keep doing things in the same way that we're doing them, and maybe that is the right way. I'm not sure. The other point that I wanted to make when I was reading these materials is that it was the point about having these differential tuition rates. And I don't know whether this applies more to colleges or more to universities, but it allows students to shop around and get the best price. And I will tell you that I just, sort of gasped at that. I mean, I get it that the price matters. Is that really what we want to support as a system, students' ability to shop around? Don't we care about the integrity of programs and the students' ability to complete the program in the best way? So it's another one of the assumptions that I'm thinking about that we should be trying to address. We want this to be an easier process for students. We don't want it to be so complicated. That argues, I think, for a more uniform system, but maybe not entirely uniform. Probably, Vice Chancellor Mackey, I think you suggested this, there's probably some continuum of options that we could think about rather than an either or sort of thing. And back to someone else's point, and then I promise I'll stop, from earlier, I know we're not talking about fees, but if I have a program at my institution that is more expensive because of equipment or labs or whatever, guess what? Students pay for that. They pay for it with fees. And so tuition, isn't going to equalize things for everybody. Because if I choose a really expensive program, that's a choice that I make as a student, and I'm going to pay for it with tuition, but I'm also going to pay for it with lab fees and the other things that go along with it. I don't know that I think that's a bad thing, but I think that has got to be part of the discussion. It's not just about tuition. It's about the other things that layer on top of that. So thank you.
Trustee Mo.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. And just an aside before I talk about the issue before us is it's very difficult to, or you should never look at the sticker price of tuition without looking at financial aid. Those two are linked. And sometimes the sticker price might be high, but the financial aid is generous and it offsets it. So I think those two have to be linked when we talk about that sticker price. I would encourage, first of all, we're a system, but there is a distinction between our universities and our colleges. And so I appreciate the comments that have been made by the distinction between our universities and our colleges. And the similarities in the university system, maybe with the exception of Metro State, are fairly common. Whereas the colleges, I think we've encouraged them to be unique and regionally sensitive and which helps in respond to the regional needs. So I would make that distinction between the universities and Vice Chancellor Mackey, I think, said it, that if this is something that we move on, it has to be phased in over a period of time. This is something that has to be metered. But I would be somewhat cautious about the same sort of plan as it relates to our colleges because of the unique character that they have. So thank you.
Trustee Sewell.
I think we have to remember that the purpose of this discussion about common tuition rates is for the benefit of the students. it's not really a finance discussion. It has financial implications if we adopted common tuition rates for all colleges or all universities. But for me, it's like, what's in this for the students? And if it's good for students, is the cost too high to adopt it? So that's kind of how I'm looking at it.
Do you have one? Trustee Sharon?
Well, I was, I would like to simply echo that there is some concern, I have some concern about what the return on this is, the consequences to the students, to its implication, to its application. If you're simply looking at it as they're going to be able to go online to see common tuition, as in juxtaposition to what the consequences of that are on these campuses' ability to provide the programs they need to. And I include the universities in this. I'm surprised to hear, because I think there are unique issues within the universities as well that make this a questionable direction. And that's where I am today, without further discussion or understanding.
Trustee Tully?
Oh, did you want to go first? Okay. I wanted to echo what Trustee Johnson was saying about, students having to shop around for the same classes, but seeing different tuition levels, because I myself experienced that this semester, shopping at Normandale and Minneapolis College. I saw differential tuition rates for the exact same classes. I also hear Trustee Jerry, how do I pronounce your last name? Janisich's point that, there's different cost drivers at different campuses, and as well as what you mentioned, Trustee Sharon. Can we not address that through the allocation model, but have the standard tuition for students and have both?
Trustee Coles?
Yeah, yeah, really, Trustee Tully just made the point. I think that there are three drivers that affect how colleges and universities view their revenue, their budget revenue every year. One is tuition. One is financial aid. And the third is the allocation framework and the appropriation from state government. And that covers, I think, so for me, the answer to the particulars of this topic has to be informed by how those other aspects of the revenue model for colleges and universities are structured. And I particularly appreciate the Trustee Johnson's questions at the beginning of the session regarding essentially aren't personnel costs consistent even across colleges? And I think there's answers why there may not be consistent costs across colleges, even though they offer the same programs that have to do with small cohorts, the cost of opening up a new session. What if you bring on, if you're able to bring in a second assistant faculty member in an area that perhaps other schools are unable to find the staffing at the appropriate costs and so forth. But nonetheless, I think I'd like to understand more about why the costs for colleges varies. I'd like to understand the basis of variance within colleges as a sector from a cost standpoint, as well as in the university sector for the same products essentially, and understand the reasons for difference. That I think might help me understand better how to think about the allocation framework when we get into that discussion, as well as this topic. I appreciate Trustee Sharon's comment about wariness about are we solving a problem here? The reality is we really need to define what the problem is that this issue of standardization is trying to solve. And as best I can tell, it really is Chair Sol's very focused comment around if it's not for the students and their parents or their financial supporters, there really is no particular benefit as far as I can tell. And that includes even marketing and so forth. Again, that is all for the benefit of students and parents. Although I do think, to the extent that we can suggest consistency, if not identical tuition rates. In other words, that we make it clearer to Trustee Tully why it is that Minneapolis College and Normandale have differential rates, that there actually is difference in experience or content or in some fashion, or that we should move towards a consistent, if not identical, tuition where we can. But again, there's several variables, as I've described.
Chancellor Olson.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. I see Rachel and Adam out in the audience. And hi. And we're not making a decision or voting on this today. My invitation to Lead MN, my invitation to Students United is it would be very helpful to hear what students think about this. Do students think moving toward more consistent tuition is helpful? Do they think it's harmful, or do they think it's utterly irrelevant? Why are you wasting time on this? And so there's time for you to take that back and ask your constituents, what do they think? That'd be good to know.
Trustee Erlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it would benefit us to have more information, but I agree with the chair's view that the point of this is for students. And it reminds me of a vision I had back when we served together on the Charting the Future work group, that if you want to take a philosophy course and it's not offered at your campus, you could go online and participate with the faculty member at a different campus. That would work much better in price. I mean, all I can think of is airlines, where every seat has a different price all the time. I've never turned to the people next to me and asked them what they paid. I think I'd be horrified. And I'm wondering, with common course numbering, isn't that going to also really expose differences on price for class? But the information that I feel like to be better informed to have the conversation includes a lot of things. The Benson chart, which Trustee Moe talked about, was what are you actually paying based on your financial aid? What does it actually cost to deliver a course? We know, good point, Trustee Grabowski, faculty are paid different. And I asked the chancellor about economists. He said, well, if they're in a business school, they get paid more if they're in like the liberal arts program, which is mind-blowing. Do we, on the fee thing, I think is a great point, Trustee Johnson. I know my daughter has to pay for her clay for pottery, but I don't know that the nursing students are paying for the lab. And I don't know. I guess that depends too. So some of it is just getting more information would help. I don't know how we come up with our tuition rates. I don't know that it's based on what things cost. It seems random, to be honest. So if we were a business, which, we are fundamentally, what does it actually cost to deliver a good education to students? Can we make it uniform and then use the variability in the allocation, which I thought was a great suggestion.
We have time for about 2 more comments. So Trustee Sharon.
I always like the focus of the student first, and that what our motivation here is what's in the best interest of the student. But I don't think that we should support looking at this from a simple perspective of the student's ability to see commonality in pricing. Because I think that might drive a student to say that we'd like to see that. We'd like to see that. We don't understand why it's different. I'd like to see that. And I don't want to fall in the trap of saying, so therefore that's what's in the best interest of students. Because I think taking care of what it is that we are giving the students for that price is in the best interest of students. What you're purchasing may be different, and I'm not sure that we don't want to allow for different depths or different capacities within courses that cost more money, including having people who are tenured versus people that are not. I mean, there are so many factors that make a product that we need to care about for the students. And remember that that's in the best interest of students and families as well. And I had a second point, but I've forgotten it. And I'll bring it up another day.
Trustee Janet Johnson, or Jacqueline Johnson.
Who am I? Well, I really appreciate the chance to have this discussion and to think about it, because I'm not quite sure where I am with all of this. I have a couple of more thoughts after listening to people. One is that there are differences. Someone said this kind of, but I want to say it differently, in the capability that I have to hire adjuncts. And so it's to Trustee Sharon's point, and I'm not suggesting that having adjunct faculty is less quality, but there's something about we hire adjuncts often to supplement programs because our faculty don't have the experiences, the tenured faculty, that others do, but we also hire adjuncts because it's cheaper. Which is a terrible statement, I think, about higher education, but it is what we do. So not, if I'm in a little town somewhere in West Central Minnesota, guess what? There aren't adjuncts that I can hire to teach my courses. So there's that kind of a tuition differential. This is just so complicated. I don't know how you all deal with it. And so again, I think I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that it seems like we're always talking about money. Well, of course we are, because that's our fiduciary responsibility. But shouldn't we also be talking about reputation and quality? And how do we get at that in the best interest of the student? And what's the right model for that? And then I just have one other question, not to be answered, but it is there a point at which, and maybe this is back to the allocation model discussion, is there a point at which I cannot raise tuition high enough to be able to meet my expenses? Then what's our responsibility to the family? What's our responsibility to the system if I'm at an institution that's at that point, I can't raise tuition that much. There's no way I can raise it that high and think that students are going to pay it. So now what? Who's going to help me? Who's going to bail me out? And what's our responsibility as a system to that? There, lots of interesting ideas and food for further conversation. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for the great conversation today. Again, this is the first of many. I think the key pieces that I heard is, it is multifaceted. So it's not just about a standard tuition rate. It's that and how it plugs into allocation formula, how the differential tuition pieces are part of it also. I guess my ask would be, President Jans, President Berndt, continue the conversations within the sectors, get some more feedback. To Lead MN and Students United, we want to hear your voice. We want to hear from students and kind of what thoughts are from all of our partners. We want to hear input as we think about this as it ties into everything else over the course of the next few months. So with that, Vice Chancellor Mackey, anything else you wanted to ask specifically on this piece?
Just some real brief closing comments. One is that reviewing the tuition and fee policy 511 and the accompanying procedures is on the work plan. So many of the items that were discussed are going to be very relevant to whether we should amend current policies. And I do want to mention something because it came up several times related to fees and differential tuition. In that current policy, it is different by institution, and it is based on cost of offering it at that institution. And we do, watch that fairly carefully before bringing that to the board, even though there is several different differential tuition rates. But I'm just going to read what the policy says, because I don't want it to make it seem like it's just random why we have different rates, that there is intentionality behind it based on current policy and based on history is that colleges and universities may charge tuition by course or program when special circumstances exist. These circumstances may include, but are not limited to, cost of offering the course or academic program, need for specialized equipment and supplies, accreditation standards, delivery methods, offsite locations, online clinical experience, or a desire to incent enrollment in a specific course or program. So that is the current policy, and that leads to some are early adopters of differential, and then some are later adopters of it. And their cost structures are different depending on if there's economies of scale available, perhaps at a larger institution than a smaller institution. So it's a very complicated equation, and I just wanted to make that point before we concluded this portion of the discussion.
Thank you so much. So let's go ahead and move on to the last piece.
Sure. So for 26, 27, or for fiscal year 27, I think the question is, after approving a system-wide average of 5.5% for 26, what level of tuition increase is acceptable for 27? And in order to provide parameters to the colleges and universities, the recommendation to start this discussion is looking at an increase between last year's 5.5% system average to 7%. Which is the amount that was referred to earlier, which was a planning estimate that was submitted. So just a couple real quick slides related to this. And, Chair Sol brought this up really well as part of the previous discussion, is that currently, and again, this is something as we look at board policy, these are the 5 values in board policy of, in a sense, the equation of setting tuition. And we focus a lot on institutional financial sustainability and how it relates to the budget, especially this biennium, because it's the only new revenue source. But the other 4 values, affordable access, equity, transparency, flexibility, those are all the factors that have to be weighed in setting tuition rates for our students. And I just wanted to make that point, and that's something where those values may be amended or changed as we look at the policy coming up early in 26. I did want to make a point that the 5.5% system average, as we talked about last year, and again, I'm focusing on the institutional financial sustainability portion of these values, is that with that tuition increase, there was a budget gap that was approved of about $46 million. Tuition and fee revenues made up about 52% of the total revenues in the 26 budget, so that $811 million. And this isn't cooperating for me. Whoops. And then lastly, just to show, if taking a budget that was approved in June and updated projections, if there was a 5.5% system-wide increase in tuition rates, there would be a budget gap of about $25 million. And if it's 7% was a system average, the gap would be about half that, or $13 million. Just to give a sense of what that means for financial sustainability for our institutions. But I do really need to make the point, talking about it at the system level sometimes isn't all that helpful, because each individual institution situation is very different. And President Barrett expressed that very well, that when he gave his example of a tuition increase compared to a personnel increase, and had a gap, I think, where the personnel increase was about twice as much of what a tuition increase would bring. It is different for each one of our colleges, and it's different between sectors, depending on how reliant an institution is on tuition versus state appropriation. But when it rolls up, this is what the gap would look like. So with that, would turn it back over to Chair Hipsch for discussion on the 5.5% to 7% range that is being proposed.
Thank you, Vice Chair Mackey. The piece that, and everyone here around the table has heard me say this in the past, we always have to look at this in a multi-year piece. We can't look at it in a single year. So, we did 5.5 last year. We'll have this one will be the second part of the biennium. Also, keep in mind, we have another biennium coming up that maybe looks more challenging than the biennium that we're in. So let's keep that in our minds as we're having the conversation today. And with that, Trustee Coles.
Just a point of clarification, with that last table that you had up, Vice Chancellor Mackey, just showing the tuition increase scenario. The 5.5% and the 7% is that a single rate applied to all of our colleges and universities in the same way, or is there any implied differentiation between sector as actually took place in last year's tuition guidance that resulted in a 5.5% overall system increase?
Chair Hips, Trustee Coles, at this point, this is a high-level simulation. This is the first step of the discussion. So there would be continued discussions about what differentiation there may or may not be between sectors, within sectors, what the factors would be. And I think, as was mentioned in the previous discussion, both by you and Trustee Tully, that the allocation framework discussions would also play a relationship into this too. So this is the headline discussion of the system average at this point, but there would be a lot of work of what that would exactly mean to our sectors and our institutions as we continued these discussions in January.
And then if I may, another point of clarification, you referenced that the Office of Higher Education for the state is now using 7% as the planning basis for an increase in our tuition rates, and that number came from Minnesota State. So I just wonder if you'd advise or discuss why that number was chosen as opposed to 5.5%, or any other number, since that appears to be the current starting point internally.
Chair Hips, Trustee Coles, just so it's clear, he asked us for a management estimate, so we're not predicting or of what the board will ultimately approve. We submitted those estimates last year. As you recall, we were having discussions along the continuum of anywhere from 3% to 9%. And one of the parts in submitting an estimate is we gave a conservative estimate on the higher end of that range because as they're making estimates, if we came in, say we said 3% and we came in at 5.5%, then the state grant estimates would have been off and they would have been more over budget and there would have been a larger shortfall. So we tried to come up with an amount that was reasonable, but also one that didn't hurt the reputation of Minnesota State as well by under projecting. So these estimates caused confusion in a way because it was the first time there had been attention paid to them, because previously we had been at 3 or 3.5 and the legislature had basically said it. And to make the point that they were management estimates, we came in at 5.5 last year and they were projecting at 7. And the current projection is still 7. I just wanted to make that point that it's already baked into the state grant projections, because that's a recent headline too. So that if that was the case, that doesn't have a negative impact or a further negative impact on financial aid estimates for the state.
Other comments?
I may be back to a point from before, so I apologize if I am, but I'm looking at the values, the 5 values again, which I think are really important things for us to keep in mind and which really are part of this whole discussion. I'm looking at number 3, especially students will understand their tuition and fee charges. And then Trustee Erlandson's comment about, it seems random. So I guess when I'm trying to think of this in terms of outcomes for myself as a trustee, one of the things that I'd like to be able to say, and what you just brought up earlier about here's what board policy says about fees. I'd like to be able to say to the average person on the street, yes, there are tuition differentials and fee differentials, and here are the reasons. Here are the reasons that the trustees are supporting that. And your comment, if it seems random to other people, then it shouldn't seem random to us, and we should be able to say, here's why. Here's why there are these differences, and you may not, average person on the street, appreciate them or understand them, but we've had that conversation, and so we support whatever we support, either a uniform or a more differentiated system for these reasons. And so that's, at some point, ultimately, I would hope that would be one of the outcomes for us as trustees, that we could say, this is what and this is why, and this is how it's beneficial to students and their families.
Trustee Tully.
I wanted to follow up on something Don had mentioned earlier about the differentials, understanding why the cost of tuition in Minnesota is 4 times as high as a place like California. I'm looking on the chart that you sent over, Don. We're twice as high as Texas, 3 times as high as New Mexico and Arizona, and there may be good reasons for that. But to be asked to support an increase of tuition, I need to just understand what are the cost drivers, or is there real estate more expensive? Are staff costs higher? Are there more student services that we provide in comparison to those states? I just really want to get my arms around the issue before I'm comfortable taking a position on that.
Trustee Sewell.
So I have not changed my mind since June, but I'll have an open mind on this topic. But I'm not sure it's productive for trustees to lay down markers at this point as to what their favorite number is. I would like to focus on what is the process between now and when we need to make our decisions. I think it's great to start this thinking early, but we need to hear from all the constituencies, the presidents, bargaining units, student associations, et cetera, and make sure that, they're all on notice. Okay, we want to hear from you about tuition rates for next year. And when will we have a fulsome discussion of what we need to do?
Trustee Grabowska.
So I wanted to go back to what Will was talking about. I mean, one of the pieces, and we've mentioned it, but I think critical to the discussion and critical to your understanding is state support or the lack of state support. I mean, everybody here can talk about the Minnesota miracle going back to the 70s when the legislature committed to paying 2/3 and 1/3. But that went way out of balance. It no longer exists. And our different bargaining units, and I'm sure that the system office have continually fought with the legislature to try and get towards someplace in balance. But the whole tuition discussion is dependent in large part on the support or lack of support that we're getting for higher education. And unfortunately, as somebody pointed out, I think Jay did, those 3 legs of the stool that we have in terms of financial aid, in terms of state support, and in terms of tuition, any one of those fails, and now we've got sort of a rocky chair. And so in part, going to what Chair Sol mentioned, is that this discussion is sort of lopsided because we're not talking about the whole picture yet. We're talking just about one piece.
Trustee Sharon.
I'll pass. I was looking back at these. I guess I won't pass. Change my mind. I'll pass and then I go on. I'm sorry. I was looking again at these 5 values, and whether or not they reflect our current belief of what these values should be. And I don't know that now is the time for that discussion, or if there's some reflection on these somewhere along the line, because I think value number 2, for example, is in line with our earlier discussion about differential rates for what looks like the same program, but it isn't. So this one clearly says that students taking similar academic programs are charged similar rates, so I don't know exactly what that means in application, or if it's something that I would support as a value. And that's it.
Vice
And
Chancellor
the
Mackey.
end.
Chair Hipsch, I just wanted to make a couple comments about comparison of sticker prices of two-year colleges across the United States. Is we need to drill down probably several layers to make a comparison. As an example, Trustee Grabowska brought it up of the state's support of higher ed versus tuition. And the state definitely shifted and required us to raise tuition significantly 20 years ago or so. That shifted us more to being more reliant on the tuition than appropriation. And I think in some of the other states that you referred to, such as California and others, I think their tuition is, a very small percentage of their total support for operations, in the neighborhood of 10%, 15%, where for our institutions, it is closer to 50%. So there's a difference there. The other nuance or piece related to the legs of the funding stool for two-year colleges, where Minnesota is different, is we have state support and we have tuition. We do not have any local tax support for our two-year colleges that many other states do. So they have that balance in there too that also factors in with tuition. So I'm not disputing the data at all. I've seen it too, but I think it's important that we have to understand there's just great diversity across the country of how two-year institutions are funded.
One of the reasons that we wanted to make sure to start this conversation now was because as we get into January, a lot of the campuses start having conversations on campus of kind of where do we think these tuition rates are gonna be at. And the more guidance we can give campuses on kind of, okay, here's kind of the range of where it is, the easier that those conversations are, and you don't have a big change then very late into the process. So that's just a little bit of background of why we're having the conversation a little bit more now. I don't think necessarily we need to get into people saying this is what I think for a number. I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we have that piece. But the piece that I would also like to encourage is like, don't let us say from a planning perspective, don't let us think we're constrained to that 5.5 to 7. It could be something other than that. It could be lower than that. It could be different, or it could be higher than that, Jerry. The piece that I keep looking at is how much do we, as we look at this biennium. So if you did a 5.5, you'd be at 11% for this this biennium. My anticipation is next biennium is going to look worse. We'll be, it'll be good if we can get what we got from a stable state support, just given the fact where the state budget's looking at. How much can we truly change tuition over a course of a 4-year period for our students? And it needs to keep coming back to kind of where our students are at. So, Trustee Coles.
Just a thought that as you mentioned, bringing this conversation to our campuses for discussion, I hope too that we make it clear that part of the state's support is in the form of state grants to students at a level which I think is very high relative to other states across the country as well. And that the state, as they consider their appropriation, keeps that in mind as well as part of their investment in higher education, so that we I don't want to let the state off the hook in terms of the 2/3 support that they promised, but recognize that in fact, by relative income of the student body, the net cost of our tuition is in fact varies dramatically and encourages access and affordability across the whole of our potential student body. So I hope that there's a way to make that visible as well.
Trustee Tully.
I think what Trustee Cole said speaks to the student. You're talking about the student experience and what they pay.
Yeah.
I want us to get curious about why is the tuition needed to be set at the rate that it is from an efficiency standpoint. And I think I agree with Vice Chancellor Mackey about there may be factors about state support or local taxes that can be assessed, that are assessed to fund the colleges and universities of other states. And I'm not trying to create more work for anybody, but I think we should, I expect to see that, and I want to understand what those are for those other states, and get to a point where we can compare apples to apples with those confounding factors accounted for. So,
Trustee Erlinson.
Just a quick follow-up on that. A number of states, Texas and I believe California and Florida, all have now performance-based funding. So the legislature gives them money based on how well their students are doing. Did they graduate? Did they get a job in their field? That sort of thing. That was a movement for a while. The federal government was moving that way also. So I assume that means wide variability amongst their institutions based on the institution's performance. So it was the opposite of the family, Trustee Janisich. You're doing better, you get more money, that sort of thing. So so it's not just how much does the state give, but what they give may vary, very different than how we do it here. And it's California, I'm quite certain, and Texas and Florida. So it's not even left, right, it's both and.
Trustee Sewell. Okay, so we are right at time. Thank you for the great conversation. Any last comments, Vice Chancellor Mackey?
No, thanks, Chair Hipsch, and thanks for the discussion. I know we didn't have a chance to hear from our presidents, but I would just say, the hope is it's really difficult to plan with very wide parameters. So the sooner they can be narrowed down, it's really helpful for college and university planning, because last year was an immense challenge with the lateness of those discussions, and there were more variables at play last year. But I just wanted to mention that point based on what we're hearing from presidents and CFOs.
And Vice Chancellor Mackey, is there a piece of that'll come back in the December board meeting for us to continue a little bit of this conversation? Or none? It's January. Okay.
I believe, and I don't know what the agenda is for January, but I believe January is a joint session with presidents too. So perhaps there's an opportunity for more individually institutional focused discussions on this topic.
Let's make sure to let's plan that into the agenda, because the more we can give for fee guidance, I think it'll be the more helpful. So with that, that concludes our agenda for today, and we are adjourned.
And we'll reconvene at 1:15 for a joyful audit committee meeting.
Good afternoon. All right, we're going to have a joyful audit committee meeting. Welcome, Amy Jorgensen. I have my notes here. All right, I'm calling the meeting to order. I'm welcoming our presidential liaisons, President Downs and President Brimhall. And I will do a roll call of committee members. Trustee Coles.
Here.
Vice Chair Grabowska. Here. Trustee Hipsch.
Here.
Trustee Jana Johnson.
Here.
100% attendance. Thank you. I am entertaining any changes to the minutes of May 20th, 2025. And if there are none, I would entertain a motion to approve.
Approval. Second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No? Motion carries. Excellent. We have a busy agenda today, so if we need to spend time on things that we didn't think we were going to spend time on, we will, but I think this first item does not require a lot of time. And it's a proposed amendment to policy 1D.1, Office of Internal Auditing. Go ahead, Amy.
Thank you, Chair Erlinson. Just really quickly, this policy is the one that specifies the authority, scope, and reporting structure of the Office of Internal Auditing. This was a regular 5-year review. We made one technical change to change the updated language of global internal audit standards. It was posted for 30-day comment period, and we received one comment about being more specific about roles and responsibilities related to fraud investigations, which is covered in policy 1C2, fraudulent or other dishonest acts. So since this is a minor technical change, this will be a first and second reading with a vote today.
Thank you. I would call for a motion through the, oh, yes, sorry.
So what's the difference between global internal audit standards versus international standards? Is there any difference?
So the standards were updated by the Institute of Internal Auditors back in the beginning of this year, I believe, or maybe the beginning of last year. So there is quite a bit of difference between the standards. This is a new name, and it also has other requirements that were not in there before that causes the practice of internal auditing to be a little bit more robust.
Okay.
Thank you for that question, Trustee Johnson. Any other questions? Okay. Now I would entertain a motion for the audit committee to recommend that the board approve the proposed amendment. I would call for a motion.
Second.
Second. Okay. Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Excellent. The next item of business is a follow-up on findings with high status priority. And the purpose of this is to provide the committee with more specific information about high status audit findings and recommendations as the board requested in May of 2025.
Thank you, Chair Erlinson. So as you said, back in May, we did receive a request to talk more specifically about findings with high priority status. Also back in May, we did report on 104 findings in total. And so currently we have, of those, we have 29 findings that are of high status. So a little bit less than 1/3 of the outstanding findings right now are high status. And when you, I'm sure somebody has the question, what does high status mean? So any findings that we have related to, say, financial statements for foundations, or any finding that we have that's considered a material weakness, we consider a high priority finding. Also, when we do our work with all the projects that we do throughout the year, if there are findings that have significant internal control weaknesses or something that we think is risky to the system, then we will also classify those as high status. And so of the 29 high status findings that we have out there and open today, 11 of those are related to various foundations and material weaknesses associated with the preparation of the financial statements for the foundations. So I think, as most of you know, the foundations have their own audits that are performed by CPA firms. We receive a copy of those audits and we look at those findings and we track those. The rest of the findings are generally for the system office, and the other 18 findings all come from work that internal audit has completed since fiscal 23 and are related to the following audits. So some of these will sound familiar to you because I've presented on these before. So the first one is the controlled use of administrative privileges. Those are the open IT high status findings. We did a project in April of 2023 on transfer pathways. We still have a couple of open findings there. Customized contract training, we did that project in January of 2024. The payroll audit that we presented in January of this year still has some open findings. The Workday business process internal controls work that we did, and the Workday security audit both presented in March of this year of 2025. So as I mentioned in the write-up, it's not uncommon for high status findings to take some time to resolve. I mean, some can be resolved almost immediately, but there are, sometimes there are factors that need to take place. Maybe it has to go through a policy review and there needs to be a policy change. Maybe there's funding that needs to be acquired in order to resolve the finding. Maybe there's a systems change that needs to happen. And so all of the findings that the system office is currently working on, we get regular updates from those areas. We know that they are working on them, but sometimes it just takes a little bit longer to resolve. I will also say that we expect to add several high status findings to the list fairly soon, including the material weakness related to the preparation of the system financial statements that we'll be talking about here shortly. We also anticipate there will be findings from the upcoming Office of the Legislative Auditor's payroll audit, which we hope to have finalized soon. And then the IT work that we've done on NIST assessment and penetration testing, which we'll discuss today in the closed session. So the high status findings and all the findings, actually, it's a rotating carousel, a joyful rotating carousel of findings, and areas resolve findings throughout the year. We add findings throughout the year. And so we plan to discuss high status findings again with the audit committee either in May or June when we do our annual report. So with that, I will stand for any questions on this agenda item.
Trustee Johnson.
So are any of the open issues things, the fact that they're not resolved yet, should we be concerned? I mean, there's some from 2023 that are still, that are high status but not resolved.
Yep. Thanks for the question, Trustee Johnson and Chair Erlinson. I would say that not necessarily concerned, but I think the reason that we're having this discussion is because I think the audit committee wants to understand a little bit better what our progress is, right? And so what I'm hoping is that in this year and in subsequent years, we can do this on the regular. And if there are findings that are getting much older and haven't been resolved, that we would have a discussion about that and what the reasons are.
Great question. Trustee Hipsch.
Building on that comment, I think a lot of good progress on the findings dashboard, so we have a visibility. Maybe adding a component on aging of it to understand, okay, how many are 6 months, a year, 2 years old, because that really lets us then dive into the question on those that are maybe getting to that 18 to 24 month period of, are we actually taking action to resolve this, or are these that maybe they really aren't high or needed changes? So that would just be an additional lens to look at.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Hipsch.
Trustee Janicic.
I can't help but see that Minnesota North is number one.
Jerry, talk into the mic so I can hear you.
Maybe I didn't want to.
With joy, please.
But I can't help but see that Minnesota North is number one. Are these things that I should be taking more blood pressure pills for, or are we headed in the right direction?
Thanks for the question, Trustee Jansen.
Thanks for the question, I'm sure of that.
The findings that are related to Minnesota North are about the foundation, not the college itself. And a lot of those findings, again, so there's a really common finding that we see about foundations, which is the preparation of the financial statements. And often foundations do not have the technical expertise to accurately prepare financial statements, or they have some issues with that. And so we do see that finding a lot. The CPA firms are required to report on that. And so that finding is tough to get rid of unless the foundation wants to hire the expertise, to actually get rid of the finding. So we do see that finding quite often, and that's what the Minnesota North ones, it's actually several different foundations, as you're probably aware. It's not just one foundation, so that's why we have it up there.
Any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, let's move on to the fourth item on the agenda, which is the investigation update.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Erlandson. Joyful and happy International Fraud Awareness Week to all of you. So November 16th through 22nd is Fraud Awareness Week. Used to be known as Fraud Week, which then people thought meant that was the opportunity for them to commit fraud, which is not what it is. So got rebranded. But the ACFE, which is the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, does this event every year just to raise awareness of, reporting fraud, making sure that everybody's aware of that. These are the posters that we submitted throughout the system. We do have our new QR code on there for reporting fraudulent activity or allegations online. And I'm pleased to say, when I was here in May, we had not had a single case reported through the online reporting, but as of this morning, we just got one fresh off the presses this morning, and we've had 6 reported that way. People still tend to like to call us up and talk to us about the fraud, but we're very happy to have an additional way that people can report. So that's something that we've been working on for a long time, so I'm happy to say that that one is done. So again, the reason that I'm bringing this forward is because I have been asked a few times to provide information about our investigations more often than just once a year during our annual recap. And so that's what I wanted to do with you today. Since I last spoke to you about our investigations in May of 2025, the Office of Internal Auditing has closed 22 allegations. We completed 11 investigations. We had campuses complete 5, and then we did not investigate 6 cases due to either the resignation of the employee, or we were unable to substantiate, or it was not a 1C2 matter. So 22 allegations closed, in a matter of, 6 months now? The standard that we use is policy 1C2, which is fraudulent or other dishonest acts. If a matter comes to us and it is clear that it's more of an employee performance related issue, academic misconduct, or a 1B1 discrimination or harassment case, then we will consult with and assign those back to the campuses, which we do sometimes. Sometimes it's hard for everybody to keep all the different types of investigations straight. So we try to stay in our lane as much as possible. This year has kept us really busy with new allegations coming in pretty much every week. Currently, we have 15 allegations on our caseload that we or the campuses are currently working on. We've had a change in our staff this year, so I just want to take a minute to recognize our longtime investigator, Craig Fouch. And I liked Trustee Grabowska's comment earlier. He took a Bessie this year and offered a lot of value to the system. He will be finishing up with us in December, and he's taken employment with another government agency. Craig worked on some really difficult cases in his 20+ years with Minnesota State, as you can imagine. There's a wide range there, and was a well-known figure on many campuses. And he's a great example of someone who tackled fraud with skill, integrity, and I have to use the word fearlessness. I mean, no matter what the issue, he was always willing to take it on, talk to whoever he needed to talk to, and come to the conclusions, and we will miss him very much. Baker Tilley has taken over investigation duties for fact-finding, interviewing witnesses and subjects, and writing investigative reports. And so they've completed 3 cases for us so far, and it's going really well. So we're happy that, that they've been able to take that on for us. I want to talk a little bit about trends in investigations and kind of some things that we're seeing on the regular. So I would say the first one, and I have to say it's probably our most common one that we're looking at right now, is what we call double employment and or time card fraud. So we've had a number of cases this year where somebody is working generally full-time for a college or a university, and then they also have another job. And sometimes it's a telework situation, sometimes it's not. It just kind of depends, but we are seeing an uptick in those kinds of cases where people are doing both, and often at the same time, during the normal work hours. Mishandling receipts is another one. We had one case where funds were being posted or deposited into a personal bank account, and one case where receipts just really didn't get deposited. So found a lot of receipts in a desk drawer somewhere. And then theft or misappropriation of assets is the other one that's kind of common. So we just never quite know what's going to come across our desk as we're taking in cases. But those are kind of the three most standard ones that we've been looking at. Like I said, it keeps us busy. So
Go ahead, Trustee Johnson.
Thank you. So double employment within Minnesota State?
sometimes, but often not.
So I have 2 jobs, Minnesota State, and I work at a grocery store. And that's fraud?
So
Because it's during the day or it's over the same hours.
So if somebody has a full-time job with Minnesota State during normal work hours and then they're working at a grocery store in the evenings that does not conflict with their hours, that's not a problem.
Yeah.
What we're seeing more, and they're not usually not grocery store jobs, it's usually something that's somewhat tied to what their normal day job is. And then also doing the same job during normal business hours.
Vice Chair Grabowska.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in partial answer to your question, Jenna, which is there are series of steps that individuals have to go through in order to secure permission to do that. Or I know at least within a couple of the different bargaining unit plans that those exist. So it's generally, Jenna, if I'm misspeaking, please yell at me. But for example, if a faculty member wanted another position, they would have to get the permission of the president of the institute of the university to say, yeah, that's okay. And if they don't do that, then there's a problem. But my questions for you, Amy, are twofold. Number one, what do we provide in terms of education for all of our faculty, staff, et cetera, with regard to, in particular, fraud? And then the second question is, are you seeing increases in numbers and how will that impact your ability, writ broadly, to do your job?
Trustee Grabowska and Chair Erlinson. So one thing, I think I've mentioned this before, and especially with regard to the double employment, but then also things. So every year employees are required to take code of conduct training that covers a lot of the scenarios that I just talked about. And in fact, we just enhanced our code of conduct training recently to provide a couple of different case examples of double employment and what's allowed and what's not allowed. And so that is kind of our primary way of educating people about what's covered in code of conduct. You know, what are some of the things that can get you investigated under policy 1C2. When asked, we also are happy to go out to campuses and talk with them about, you know, kind of our experience, the things that we're seeing in investigations and things like that. So we do sometimes go, you know, personally and talk with campuses about some of these things. So those are kind of the two main ways that we do education. And then to your second question, as far as increases, still trying to kind of figure that out. I would say that there's probably still some dissatisfaction out there in terms of how long it takes for us to get through our cases, given the fact that we have limited resources. I'm hopeful that by changing to the Baker-Tilly model, who have more than one investigator, that we might be able to shorten that time. In fact, we're seeing that now, that some of the cases are taking less time to resolve. But this is probably one of the areas that keeps me up at night most, is just, you know, it's the uncertainty of how many cases we might get. And you know, some of the cases are really simple and it's slam dunk, right? It's like, here's the evidence, we interview the person and we're done. Some cases take a lot more time to dig into and uncover evidence. And so obviously the more cases that we receive, the more strain it puts on the resources. And I think I've talked to this committee before about, you know, now that we've received a budget cut in the office, we've, you know, asked Craig to take the Bessie. It's very likely that some of the resources that we've been using to do the other audit work that we do, you know, the projects that we do, might have to go more towards investigations, because I only have a certain pot of money for Baker-Tilly to do their work. So it's highly possible that, as you know, if we get a lot of cases and a lot of work that we need to do in this instance, that may take up a larger part of our budget.
I just have a couple of follow-up questions. With the mishandling of funds, is that because someone hands somebody a check? Is that what that means?
So Chair Erlinson, the cases that we've been looking at this year have more to do with how receipts were handled. So we had one case where somebody was depositing funds into a personal bank account rather than a university or college-owned account. And then we have seen fairly often in the past too, where checks just pile up in a desk drawer and never get deposited, or cash. And so when I say mishandling of receipts, that's more what I'm talking about, and that's more of what we've seen.
Okay, and do you think, I think I've asked this before, but will full implementation of Workday help with the theft or misappropriation of state funds, do you think? Or is the P card the key problem there? And I'm sure Don Loberg might have something to say later.
So Chair Erlinson, I would say, one thing that's really good about Workday, especially from an audit perspective is, and especially with regard to P-card transactions, the information is all out there in Workday and very discoverable. It's not in a file drawer somewhere. It's not on somebody's, S drive or things like that. So I think that Workday is going to afford us an opportunity to look for more fraudulent types of transactions. So I would say partially the answer to your question is yes. But when it comes to receipts that never get deposited or receipts that go into a personal bank account, that's a little bit different matter. But I would say overall that Workday is going to be a good tool for us because we can pull transactions, and look at them in a much easier way than we could have before.
Thank you. And then finally I think it builds on what Trustee Grabowska said about the double employment topic. Are people that work here aware of the policies and maybe that in their contract, most people have employment contracts, I guess, through their unions. And my concern as a trustee is using the example of the grocery store. If you're working 40 hours at the grocery store, and I realize some people struggle to make ends meet, but 40 hours in your job here and the benefits are coming, well, if you're at 40 hours at grocery store, you're probably getting benefits there too, but at some point you're exhausted and not able to function well. So are there any parameters around approved double employment?
So that's a great question, Chair Erlinson. So I know, as Trustee Grabowska talked about, in the IFO contract, there has to be approval. I believe also in our administrator's plan, there has to be approval. And so that would be up to the chancellor or to the president of the college or university to weigh those facts, and decide, am I going to approve this or am I not? I also believe that many of our bargaining units don't really address this. We do address it in our code of conduct as far as, to put it in simple terms, work time is work time. When you're on the clock for Minnesota State, you are expected to be performing Minnesota State functions. So I would say there's variables there, and it's different people approving, other work arrangements. And so I don't think there are any hard and fast parameters.
Do you think the board should have tighter policies to clarify? So presidents, for example, aren't put in an uncomfortable position of trying to weigh a situation, or, I mean, as a trustee or a taxpayer or whatever, this is a public organization, student tuition dollars. There's a balance between where you're putting your real effort, right? I own my own business, there's incentives that come when you can make more money. I don't have another job, but if I did, this one, let's say, is paying my great benefits and I have to show up to work for X number of hours and I go through the motions, but I can really do well over here, right? It's just kind of human nature. So I'm a little wary if everyone that works in our system has a separate gig. What does that mean when we're trying to achieve our goals? That's my core question.
So, go ahead.
You may not know the answer to this, but it's right along the same lines. When you're talking about explaining the parameters to people. My own, I don't know this, my own best assumption is that full-time unlimited faculty are pretty well aware of the wraparound and they know those things. My question has more to do with adjunct faculty. Adjunct faculty are obviously, they may come and may go, they may be there for 20 years. It's just, it's very different. But it's mostly people who have other sources of employment, at least that's been my experience, or they have other, and so the bleeding into the two professions would be, maybe it's an honest mistake, maybe it's just people don't understand. It was my personal professional experience when I worked in the system that happened very regularly. And it always took me back. And maybe the orientation or the ongoing, as you suggest, needs to involve every single person who's employed, because I'm not sure that it does. Anyway.
Thank you for the question. So Trustee Erlandson, given what we've seen in this past year and also some of the cases that we have on our caseload right now, it may be a good idea to kind of take a look at what is out there. What are all the different things? What do we have in our bargaining agreements? What do we have in our code of conduct? What do we have in, our other plans, to see if the board would like to revisit that and see if there maybe would need to be some other guidance or other, other parameters that the board might want to put in there. So we can certainly discuss that. And Trustee Teffer, I think it's really common, especially for adjuncts who are not working, don't have a full caseload. I think that's very, very common. The cases that we're seeing and the cases that we've had reported to us generally will involve full-time employees. And so we're not really seeing where people are reporting, that somebody is working at this college, 3 hours a week, and somebody at this, this college 3 hours a week. Generally, what's getting reported to us is true cases of trying to do 2 jobs at the same time.
May I do a follow-up? Okay. It's many people don't know actually what a faculty load looks like. And you might want to explain to people what is a full-time unlimited contract load of front-facing work. And that's the tip of the iceberg in terms of what a faculty member does. It just means that the job is a little more fluid than a lot of people who, it's not like you clock in and clock out on an 8-hour shift. And so maybe you want to take a minute to just say something about that so people understand what that role of what a faculty member's actual hours look like.
And Trustee Teffer, I'm not going to be the expert on that, but what I understand, is that, faculty are often, they've got the front facing, they're teaching students. They also have office hours where they're expected to talk with students. They might be doing a research project. And I believe, Trustee Grabowska, you can help me out here, or Jenna, I believe that the reason that the IFO contract especially has more restrictive kinds of language on this is because, when we have a full-time faculty who's teaching at a university, I believe that what we're expecting is that person's, their intellect and their brain power is going to go towards that job. And so that's kind of my experience. But again, I'm not the expert on that.
This is perhaps just a brief change of topic for the moment. And I don't know if it's within the purview of this discussion. Does this area of work include investigating ghost students? And what's the status of that work, or if that's appropriate for another conversation, I defer, but.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Coles. So we do have a ghost student project on our caseload for this year, on our audit plan for this year. We have not started that yet, but we have had conversations about what we would want to do. We also have Melissa Primus, who is my deputy executive director, sits on the committee at the system office here, which is comprised of people from ASA and IT and financial aid and a bunch of other areas, to be talking about potential solutions for ghost students. But we do get informed of those cases. We do know, we're pretty familiar with what's happening there. But generally, if somebody were to report a ghost student case to us, we're not out there investigating each situation. I mean, most of the time, by the time somebody has discovered a ghost student, it's pretty obvious that it's a ghost student. So when I'm talking about investigations, we are generally not spending our time investigating the ghost student problem.
Trustee Tully?
Yeah, I'm just curious, if you do have a situation of double employment, are you seeing that in the performance reviews? Or are you seeing, I imagine if you're working 2 full-time jobs, there'd be some negative impact on your performance. Is that triggering the investigation? Or are you seeing cases where their performance reviews are stellar and there's a double employment, so maybe that speaks to
Yeah.
what's being reviewed needed being changed?
That's a great question, Trustee Tully. So what I would say is a lot of times when these cases are reported to us, there's been a notable problem in performance, classes being canceled, students complaining, those kinds of things. That's not always true, but in many cases, yes, there's been a performance issue as well. And so then it kind of gets to, is it a performance issue or is it an investigation, right? And so what we do is, if there's a performance issue, classes are being canceled, whatever, we kind of let the college handle that piece of it. What we then end up going for is there fraudulent reporting on their time card? Are they using state resources to perform this other job? I mean, one of the common things that we'll do is look through emails and see if we can see a correlation on business time between their job, their full-time job, and their other job.
Trustee Johnson, then Alarcon, then Janicic.
Well, who knew this was going to generate so much?
I knew.
So much interest, but it is really interesting. I was just thinking of, not wanting to live in a police state and not wanting to live in an environment where people are reporting on each other, but still that's necessary. But then I was also thinking about how much things have changed in higher education. So how do you really know if there's a full-time faculty member who's teaching in an asynchronous online environment for another institution, 1 or 2 courses, maybe in the performance, maybe not. So it just seems like it would be really difficult in some ways to monitor. The same kind of thing if you have an employee who is hybrid, who is, are you monitoring when they check in on their computer? I don't know that that's the world that we want to live in on the one hand. So I think it comes back to, for me at least, Trustee Grabowska's earlier comment, the importance of education and the idea I think that we would want to sustain on a campus, and that is, I'm thinking of full-time faculty member again, you're here, we want you to be, you have wonderful flexibility. I will just say, having been a faculty member for a long time, it is, in spite of how much we would all complain, it is a really great life. You have flexibility, you're never not working, there's that. But that, the whole message that we're communicating, this is what you're here to do, to meet with students, to be in your office, to do the research that you're going to be evaluated by. But wow, it just seems like with the new environment that we have since COVID has changed everything, that this is going to be a really difficult thing to know about. And you would potentially spend a lot of time going after things that aren't necessarily where we should all be spending our time. So I know who knew it would generate. I want to talk about ghost students, but we'll get there.
Okay, Trustee Alarcon.
Thank you. I wanted to specifically ask if double employment was with a lot of remote workers. I know a lot of people, I seen blogs where people claim that they have double employment because their full-time remote job is easy to do in spare minutes, and then they have a lot of time to do another one, which, is extra great money. And I had a lot of friends who also would do that at the same time. So I'm wondering if a lot of these cases are with people who are mostly or almost full remote.
Great question, Trustee Alarcon. It's a mix. So some are, I would say few are actually fully remote. There might be some employees who have a telework agreement and can maybe telework a couple of days a week. But we have seen a fair number also where they're expected to be on campus every day. And,
Okay.
are either doing their other job remotely or are not there, but it's a mix.
Trustee Janicic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I might have missed this because normally during audit, I take a nap.
I know. I'm aware.
Because normally everything runs pretty smooth, okay? And so you don't really have to pay attention. But is it a bigger problem than it has been?
Okay, I know I've been saying this a lot, but that really is a fantastic question. Trustee Janicic, we're getting a lot more reports than we have in the past, is what I would say. I don't know if it's more prevalent. My guess is that since COVID, as things have become more flexible, that it's become more common.
Might not only be about being more flexible. It might be about the times. I'm not sure what percentage we pay our two-year campus faculty is at, and I'm not so sure what percentage nationally we are with what we pay our people in general. All right, how those things shake out. But it just kind of seems to me that it costs, if you're 40 years old before you can buy your first home, something's not right in how this all works.
Yep.
And if you are in a certain age group and you want to buy that home, you might have to try to double up on what you're doing. Part of this might be based on where we are economically as a country and where people are that work for us. And maybe it's not intentional fraud. Maybe it's just, hey, I got to do this or it's not going to work for me and my family. And that doesn't mean they're bad people. I mean, my dad worked 2 jobs. You know, I was elected, I owned a bar. 2 jobs.
Madam Chair.
And so that's why I asked the question about how big of a problem it's become. And I think that we need to keep how big a problem it's become in relationship to how big a problem was it ever in perspective. That's just kind of maybe a different way to look at it, but I think we as people who want to grow people need to think through that a little bit.
Okay, Trustee Grabowska.
I want to circle back. Because you're working 2 jobs isn't wrong, doesn't make you bad. But people are skipping a step, and that is they're not being transparent. They're not going to their supervisor and saying, this is what I'm doing, or this is what I would like to do. Can I have your blessing? Because my understanding is that supervisors have, as part of their ability to say, okay, yeah, you know, that's fine. But I think what we're trying to shoot for here is transparency in the process rather than going through the back door. You know, and so, you know, admitting somebody who needs to, they're not automatically precluded because they want to, but because they, perhaps in this case, they didn't go and let somebody know and ask permission.
Trustee Specs and then Janicic, and then we're going to move on. Okay.
Appreciate the conversation. Of course, fraud is front and center, not just in our area, it's everywhere. It's going to be the topic of elections and the upcoming legislative session. I mean, you just can't shut off the TV and not talk or hear fraud. So I'm glad that we're having the discussion. Thank you for doing the investigations. But I'm a little uncomfortable and thinking that we're perhaps kind of veering away from our role as a board. We can make assumptions or generalize or guess about motive or what's going on in someone's head. But I would just as soon we leave that to the investigators and HR and personnel. We should talk about, you know, do we have a great work environment? Are we treating our staff well? Do we have systems in place and bumpers and policies and things like that? But I hope we can move on from this, appreciate the conversation, but I think we have to stop making assumptions.
Okay, Trustee Janicic. And then the fun is gonna start.
Well, I just hope you didn't assume I was making assumptions. But I sort of am, and it's on us. Okay. I think what we're talking about is should be talked about with Eric and human resources to make sure that not only our employees know that there's a process that exists that will show them that if they want to and have to and can do it, that we allow that to happen, as compared to not giving them the opportunity to not have that transparency piece exist. And if it doesn't exist in all our contracts, okay, which maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, you thought it did with transparency, that we should make sure that it's part of what we do then. Making sure that everybody understands this is how you can do it if you need to do it, and if you're capable of doing it. And I think that's a conversation we should have when we're doing human resource stuff with Eric, and how that might play out through our whole.
Okay, Trustee Tully, one final question.
I just had one question. I was just thinking about what you said, Amy, about how often it's the case that there is a performance issue and that's when the investigation starts. How confident are you that, that strikes me as a reactive approach. How confident are you that you are finding most of these cases of double employment? Is there a possibility that, there's a bunch more cases out there that haven't, made themselves obvious because there hasn't been as big of a performance impact that is as obvious?
Trustee Tully, not at all confident. So we have been trying to discuss internally about other ways that we might be able to, look at these more globally, and see if there's other ways we can go about this other than just the 1-2, off reporting. So,
yeah, thank you.
Okay, so President Downs of NDSU and Minnesota State University, just kidding, he's not paying attention. I got you. That was a good one.
Add that to the list, Amy.
Yeah. Not a bad gig, huh? Okay, and with drum roll, the big event of the day is to review the audit results and approve release of the audited financial statements and federal student financial aid. Amy and CLA, Bill, should we all come up?
Thank you,
Matadi?
Chair Erlinson. And before I slide over to the end of the table so everybody else can talk, I just want to mention, as most of you know, this has been 100 sprints within a marathon, within an Ironman triathlon for the financial and audit teams this year. People at this table and in the audience went far above and beyond the call of duty, so we could sit here today to deliver this audit to you, and they are to be commended. So with that, I'm going to slide over and let Vice Chancellor Mackey take actually CLA, take the mic.
Excellent. Can you believe we're here today? I say that as somewhat of a joke, but I'm not joking. Anytime you go through an ERP change, it's chaos. It's difficult. I talked to a couple of trustees that usually in a case like this, when you have an ERP change, our audits are delayed. It's almost guaranteed. So I can tell you from the start of this, when you said, yeah, we're going to go to Workday, we're going to transition, got everything in control. And all of us are sweating going, I wonder how bad this is going to be. And honestly, there were hiccups. So you're going to hear some of that. But I want to make sure you hear from an auditor that has been through a lot of this, and that probably gave me all my gray hair as that I have it today, is going through these ERP systems. When you change, it puts a lot of pain and anguish on your staff and our staff to get to the end result. I was in the executive committee. I said, we're going to have to work nights and weekends. It's just part of the deal. We know it. We're professionals. But so did your people, the Matadis, the Barbs, the Amandas. I can go on and on, Jeff. You have to give them a lot of gratitude to get us to where we are today, because this is not normal. I want to make sure you hear that. If you haven't been through an ERP transition in your life, it is a race to get to the end. So the fact that we're here today, and you can see the 2 rows behind us or 3 rows behind us, they're the ones that put this together, not us. We talk a lot. But it is an awesome place to be that we're sitting here talking about finished audits. So I'll pause. quite frankly, it's a great position to be in as a system.
Let's give a round of applause standing for the
Stand.
team.
Could you
Yeah.
ask the team to stand?
And you guys stand up.
Joyful.
Very joyful. I honestly, some of those meetings got really testy. They got a lot of emotion, some crying, some, how am I going to do this? How am I going to get through this tunnel? And they did it, which is awesome. So I start that conversation today that we are really excited to be here today, being able to deliver the presentation we have. So if you want to, who has the thing? Oh, thanks. I know you want that. Control. So today, it's a quick presentation, believe it or not. We don't have that many slides. We're going to talk about what is our scope of our assurance engagements. We're going to talk a little bit about the results. We've kind of leaked out some of the things that we think was going to happen, and they did. And then, of all things, we got to talk about the federal awards audit status, not completed. And that has nothing to do about the people behind us. That has everything to do with our federal government and where they're at in their journey. So I'm going to turn it to Liz, and she's going to talk about the scope.
All right, so for the scope of our audit, we are providing an opinion on the system-wide financial statements. It's not working. Oh,
there you
now
go.
it is. All right, now it's going too fast. Can you flip us back over there, please? Thank you. To the scope slide. Awesome. So we're here to provide our opinion on the system-wide financial statements, as well as we do an audit for the revenue fund separately. And then we're engaged by the state to do the single audit federal awards testing for the student financial aid cluster. And then Perkins loan programs have been on the closeout process for a number of years now. And so as those, for individual colleges and universities, as those wind down, we do the closeout audit as well throughout the year. And then lastly, this year we did increase our scope to do some more information technology procedures as part of all of these audits. And then on the next slide, moving to our results. So audit opinions, great news. We have unmodified audit opinions for both the system-wide financial statements and the revenue fund. So a clean audit opinion, the highest level that we can give as a CPA firm. And then audit results wise, as we do have a material weakness that we've been discussing at the executive committee meetings. It's really focused on the cash reconciliation process was not performed timely throughout the year with the Workday implementation. And so there was significant work that was done after year end to get cash reconciled. There's a lot of moving parts with the Workday cash and working with the Treasury and the state. And so this is not an uncommon thing to have a material weakness when you implement a new ERP system. And it's something that, you know, moving forward, you'll want to have processes in place so that those are being done timely throughout the year.
Yeah, and I want to make sure I reiterate, it's a reconciliation issue. We didn't see cash was missing. Obviously, the state has had some issues from what I hear of missing cash. That is not what we're talking about here. This is every month making sure what you have in your bank balances match what the general ledger or your trial balance has. And it's literally was delayed because you're implementing the system. It did get balanced. And matter of fact, it came down to a really small amount. So it's a great story. The next slide is a discussion about really what we've done during the audit and what are the results. This is usually a snoozer letter because it's a canned letter that we have to prescribe to you. Overall, we started the plan, and the plan we did not change. We knew we had to do additional work for the cash reconciliation. So that was part of a little bit of a change in what we've done in the previous years, as well as changing how we look at your ERP system, because now you've got different controls, right? So we did some additional work in that area. Other than that, You had a couple of new accounting standards. I know Bill's going to talk about those later that you had to implement that impacted your financial statements, at least one of them about comp absences. And then difficulties. There was a difficulty. We did get delayed. We've had this discussion. It took a while to get work papers going and in our hands because of the cash reconciliation. We knew first thing you had to do is reconcile cash. Then you can start building our other work papers. So there was a small delay in getting us moving, but the recovery was awesome because by the time we got to the last week, we were getting everything. It just put more pressure on our team to get moving through those work papers, which we extended our audit field work a week to get it done, which we did. Estimates. You have estimates in your financial statements, and nothing is your financial statements have numbers that are not tied to an invoice or some sort of receipt. We test your estimates. We look back from the previous years to see if those estimates were true, and then we look at the current estimates. We feel really good about where your estimates are today, at least in materiality. Other. There really isn't a lot here. You didn't have any audit adjustments. You didn't have any past adjustments. Make sure you hear that. No audit adjustments. You did an ERP transition and your numbers are right. So that tells me what you were doing throughout the year was pretty good. And in getting the reconciliation done and then handing us the work papers, pretty strong set of trial balance numbers that we received as we went through the audit. Again, we did not expect that. We thought this journey was going to be really bumpy and delayed. And did it get delayed a little bit? Yes, but I feel really comfortable that your numbers are in good shape. I commend you. If I was sitting at that table, with your table, and I'd be pretty proud of the people that you have working on your accounting and your compliance. And I've said that before. I knew this was going to be a test, a massive test on your abilities, and they got through it. Whether it was painful or not, that's individualized, but they got through it. With that, let's talk about the federal government.
So, we really want to. So as Don mentioned, there is a delay with the student financial aid testing. So every year, the Office of Management and Budget, they publish what's called the compliance supplement. The compliance supplement is basically our audit guide. It tells us what we have to test with any federal aid programs. Usually it's published sometime in around June because it is effective for all June 30th year ends. Here we are in November, still not issued. So that's the delay. So we cannot issue our single audits until that is published. So the delay is not really our side, it's the federal government. But the AICPA, or the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, put a lot of pressure on the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, to issue this. So as their compromise, they did issue a draft compliance supplement. So we were able to do some of our testing. So if we go to the next slide, we have most of our testing done. We have just a few open items that we have to get through, but we do have results that we can talk about today. So the overall status, we have 3 findings. The first one has to do with NSLDS, so the National Student Loan Database Enrollment Reporting. We've had this one in the past. This is going to be a repeat finding. This year, it involves 13 different students with 9 campuses involved. So it's a little bit more campuses than last year, but there was some issues with the clearinghouse, and we've talked about the clearinghouse. They're involved, and you really can't dictate how they report. So there was some delays there. The next one is also a repeat finding, and it has to do with the Tier 1 agreements. There was 4 campuses that did not report their IP addresses to the Department of Education. We were not able to test this because the Department of Education did not update their website. So because the campuses couldn't provide proof that they submitted their IP addresses, we have to have a repeat finding. And then the next one is ghost students. So in our sample, we did pick one of the ghost students that we had to test. When we test a ghost student, we have to look at, did the campus do their due diligence? Did they check all the boxes before they gave that money to that student? So that's really what we tested, and that was all fine. So the campus did do their due diligence, but the piece that they missed is they did not report it to the Department of Education. And that's a must. So you have to report any fraud to the Department of Education timely. So that's really what the finding is not reporting. So we're going to suggest that you report all ghost students as soon as possible. So I do want to talk about what is the Department of Education going to do with these findings. The first two, the NSLDS and the Tier 1, are probably going to be not significant to them. That's a very common, both of them are very common findings. The GO student, I've never had to report that one before, so we don't know how the department's going to react. And GO students is a huge issue. I'm sure you've probably seen it in the media, how GO students are a huge problem with the Department of Education. So that one might cause some heartburn when the department actually reviews it. They might ask you to do follow-up. So I don't know, Don, if you have any additional input?
Yeah, we're entering into a new world with these Go students. I mean, they've been around for a while, but it has really gained momentum where you have fake students and someone's receiving cash they shouldn't receive. Well, that's going to irritate anybody. So we're going to have to wait and see what Department of Ed comes back with. 1 out of 40, I don't know if they're going to be screaming too loud as much as they're probably going to ask you, how are you going to build your policies and procedures so that this doesn't happen again? That would be my gut feel. Since you checked all the boxes and there wasn't anything that you did wrong other than, hey, we found this Go student, we didn't report it right away. I think you're going to be in a better spot than some of the other institutions that are going to have this finding going forward.
Can I interrupt for a second? Trustee Hipsch had a question.
Thank you, Chair Erlinson. I would echo Don's earlier comment on, having gone through a number of ERP transitions, just the fact of being able to get through it without key findings. Huge appreciation to both the internal Minnesota State team and CLA for all your work on getting us to today's findings. My question, now that we've been through the cycle once in the Workday side, is there an opportunity to look at kind of the work papers and the plans we always looked at in the old ISRS days, now with a new lens, and say, okay, maybe some of those work papers aren't as important or need to be tweaked, and there's other areas that we need to look in differentially as we go into the future? Can you talk about kind of what the process is as you've gone through ERP transitions in others, of how you update kind of your audit plans and your areas to look at?
Great question. As we were going through the ERP system, there wasn't a lot of mapping that we could go and just kind of figure out exactly where key controls were. If I'm looking forward and thinking about, okay, we've been through this, most of the controls that you had were similar to what you had before. Some of them were still manual to a certain extent. As we saw different opportunities where you could rely on Workday a little more, we would love to see you taking advantage of that. Those ghost, sorry to use the same word, but the secondary systems that some of the institutions are probably using as of today, hopefully those start disappearing. As I look at the plan for next year, my thought would be we're going to be able to find some key controls that allow us to look at your activities a little differently than we have in the past. And that'll help us understand where you may have more risks or less risks based on how you built your controls. And some of the testing that we started doing, believe it or not, we looked at it and said, even this year, we didn't have to test it because we could get to the controls within the Workday system that are already satisfied some of the what we would call substantive work that we normally do. So I do see another jump in our ability to do more internal control testing. And on top of it, as you engage and accept the system more, the information that we can gather is going to be in the system versus I've got invoices we have to call up and get from our institutions. Those should all be in Workday. So that's going to be a transformation in the next year. Hopefully it answers some of your questions, but I think we're going to be moving more towards ISRS. There wasn't the ability to really test controls. There was some, but not a ton. With Workday, there's a ton.
Trustee Speck.
Quick question back to the ghost student reporting. Is it the US Department of Ed that needs to get the info or the Minnesota Department of Ed?
The federal level.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Jackie Johnson. Sorry, once we start.
Sorry.
I'll keep it.
You know, I think I'm sort of slow on the uptake, so I'm still thinking about double employment, but I do want to ask a question.
There's a
about
couple
ghost
of-
students. My question about double employment is really back to, are there implications for board policy? I'm thinking about some of the comments, and I really do believe that we've collectively, not the trustees, but socially created the economic, cultural, and technological circumstances that facilitate, even necessitate the kind of double employment. So I don't know if there are implications for board policy, but I just keep thinking about that. I think it's a really interesting challenge. But I do have a question about ghost students, and it's the last bullet point in the report that I read, where it says 1 out of 60 students tested was a ghost student. So my question is really, were those 60 students randomly selected? And so does that 1 out of 60 have some generalizability to the total number of students in the system? Is there a way, and maybe there isn't depending on the sample that you had, but is it a bigger problem certainly than 1 out of 60?
And when we do our sample, we pick anybody that received federal aid and pick our sample. So the 1 out of 60, probably last year was probably more representative. This year, it's really been ramped up, and Amy might be able to talk a little bit more about how much she's seen. I know there's this past fall, during the fall semester, there was a huge uptick across the nation on ghost students.
I'll add a little bit. As we do our sampling, the 60, I think we're at 95% confidence that the 60 represents your system. It is random. And if it's true, this represents your population. 1 out of every 60 students is a ghost student. Now, I wouldn't say that is absolute, but it's a bigger problem than you would want to know.
Okay. Trustee Grabowska.
So we had a difficult year. Are we presuming that that reconciliation issue is going to diminish next year so that we won't run into the same circumstances that we did this year?
Yeah, unfortunately, we're in November and you had to work pretty hard to get the reconciliations done for last year. You have not started your reconciliations from what I understand yet. So the probability of you having another material weakness next year is extremely high. Now, I say that the hope is that your team is going to be reconciling soon. And then it will be a short part of the year that you had the weakness. And the way we write the weakness, we'll be allowed to say in the first 4 months you weren't reconciling, or 5 months, but then you corrected going forward. So it will be lessened in the way it is portrayed, but I don't think you can get out of a material weakness for next year. Does that help?
Okay. Proceed. Go ahead.
And I just want to talk about next steps with the student financial aid. And we do need to have that compliance supplement issued and published before we can go ahead and issue. And the reason being is, first of all, we have to make sure that we've done all of our work. So everything, making sure there's no new steps that we have to do. We are about 95% done with all the testing. We're hoping that once that compliance supplement is issued, we'll be able to issue rather quickly. We are going through the process of going through all of our second reviews so we can have that kind of done. And if there's any issues, we can communicate it to the campuses. So that way they can fix things that going forward. But like I said, we'll have to recircle back once that compliance supplement is actually published, and we'll be able to issue. And it's actually going to roll up into the state single audit. And I'm guessing that since we are so late, it's November already, the due date is March 31st. I'm guessing that once it does get published, they will have an automatic extension, but we'll have to wait and see. That's what they did during COVID. They pushed it down into, I think it was September 30th, but we'll once again have to wait until it's final and published.
Okay.
So in closing, that's our last slide. I can't say it strong enough that where we are today, we're relaxed, we're ready to issue. It's in assembly as we speak. We just need some rep letters to complete the audits. This is a major win, I believe, for Minnesota State and the individuals that have been involved in getting this audit done. So I congratulate you. And quite frankly, I think Workday is going to be a phenomenal change for your organization.
Thank you, Don, to you, your team, Liz and Brenda also for putting in the extra time to be at this meeting to have this done. So thank you.
Welcome.
Amy, Bill? Trustee Coles? Before
Sorry,
you leave.
if I may, since we have Don and Liz and Brenda at the table, there appears to be instability at the federal level around the Office of Higher Education, around the Department of Education, excuse me, to the point where there's an announcement today of the president's intention to eliminate, I believe, I may not have the word quite right, that department. Can you talk to us? You've spoken as though the activities of the Department of Education, while delayed in some respects and so forth and so on, will continue. But would you lean back a little bit and tell us what you think is at risk, or where you think we may have issues in the future relative to information flow back and forth between the federal government and the state, I guess, but in particular for the mid-state system?
It's going to be an interesting ride. If the federal government does what they're planning on doing, I'm old enough to remember higher education pre-1986, when the federal government was doing loans and or weren't doing loans or grants or the likes. It'll come down to states having to ramp up their systems to be ready to take on the activities and compliance and communications and the wherewithal to deploy resources and put students in a position where they can go to college. Most states aren't even close to ready for something like that. And to think that you're going to be able to eliminate a full department and push that to the states within a short period of time, I don't know how it's possible, to be honest with you. So talk about delays in how people get their federal funds or how you manage activities at different universities or colleges, and the issues of lack of resources within the state's budgets. Now, it is my memory, and I may be wrong, but it's my memory, the reason the federal government started taking over some of the education from states was because certain parts of the states just could not teach. They couldn't bring higher education to, or other education to, their students. There was a massive disparity amongst different parts of the country. Now, if that continues or doesn't continue, I don't know. Depends on how they build it. But I don't know if you can move as fast as what I'm hearing people want to move to put us in position for a smooth transition. Does that make sense?
Okay. Amy?
Thanks, Chair Erlinson. So before I slide to the other end of the table and dismiss CLA to go to their joyful celebration of finishing this job, I just wanted to mention to the board that before Vice Chancellor Mackey talks about the financial statements, we did have some sessions with all of the audit committee members to discuss the financial statements in detail last week. So just want to make you all aware of that.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Bill is back from his job at 3M as a CFO.
Chair Erlinson, trustees, I want to start before getting into the numbers, just making a few additional comments about the team that put in all these hours and these nights and these weekends to make this happen. And Don had mentioned them. I want to mention them by name, but I also want to talk about our college and university colleagues, both in the business office and finance area, as well as financial aid directors. We are a very large system that's very decentralized, and it takes a lot of requests coming from St. Paul that all need to be responded to in a timely fashion to bring this all together. And these requests seem to all be coming based on our normal cycle, right as a new academic year is starting. So I don't take that for granted of all the work that our colleagues do in the finance area and the financial aid area to make this happen. The system office team, Matadi Popov is joining me to go through the results. But I also want to again thank in the third row behind me on my left, Barb Ganser and Amanda Carlson. And then in the second row, Lisa Kell, Jeff Sterlin, Jake Stock, Zach Kempen, and Tawaka Hire for all their great work. Really much appreciated, and couldn't be more proud of all the work that they did. So moving into the results, we touched upon the high ones. We've continued to get an unmodified opinion, which is of course where we want to be as a system, both for our system-wide audit and then the revenue fund, which is a segment that is audited on its own because of the debt that we can issue through revenue bonds. We'll talk a bit about the material weakness. Overall, our financial position is relatively stable. Matadi will talk about GASB 68 and 75 and the impact it has on our condition of our financial statements. That has to do with unfunded pension liabilities for defined benefit plans that are administered by TRA, MSRS, and PARA, and that's about half of our employees are on those types of plans. And we're not going to spend time today, but since Don alluded to it, we had a new GASB to implement this fiscal year, and it was GASB 101 for compensated absences. And part of that process is we had to restate fiscal year 24, and that had about a $68 million impact on our net position. And we have a white paper that was put in the board portal that explains that. And we covered it with members of the audit committee when we had meetings last week related to our financial statements. So starting with the material weakness and where do we go from here? Just want to provide a couple aspects of operationally where we're headed. One of them, the last bullet, is there have been mitigating controls that have been put in place, and we are doing better for sure than we were doing last year with daily cash reconciliations that are being monitored and reported out, and then making sure that schools are settling between local and the state treasury in a more timely fashion than when we were first implemented Workday in fiscal year 25. But we do have work ahead of us, and the timeline that we're looking at where we believe we'll be in a place where we are stabilized now that we'll have this behind us and can look forward more is that we do believe it'll take a few months. Don had mentioned he believes that it'll be a material weakness next year. It likely will. We won't be able to resolve this in this month or next month. It will take a substantial lift to do that, and we've deployed some resources in order to do that, and we'll be working with our campuses, but have a clear goal of getting that done during the first quarter of 2026, and then getting in the normal cadence of cash reconciliation. But I do want to be realistic about the road ahead of us and not overpromise how long I think it will take to fix this. I would say in order to get our financial statements done, we did, make a lot of decisions along the way where we set aside other issues that are important with Workday implementation that we now need to go back and work on to stabilize with our campuses. So we will have more focus on that. And I think you heard, some of the issues in the committee of the whole last month in the project risk review related to that. Matadi, do you want to add anything related to our plan for cash reconciliation that I may have missed or went over at too high of a level?
Well, I think you covered most. I think the daily reconciliation, particularly on the local bank side, that's been ongoing. Initially, some schools were still kind of in the learning stage, and so they were a bit behind, but I think we're pretty well caught up there, and that's key as far as activity, cash activity being reconciled so that we can tackle, kind of the issues we had before to get us to ending cash. On the Treasury side, we're looking at a few different mitigating controls putting in place where we're looking at, biweekly reports that would help us identify schools that are behind on settlements, et cetera, and reaching out to the schools and tackling that early so we are not in the same position at 6/30/26 as we were at the end of this fiscal year. So.
Also want to add one other item that isn't directly related to this, but related to, improvement of processes, and references a question Trustee Hipsch asked, is that we do typically at the end of every audit cycle have a postmortem conversation with CLA of things that went well in the audit and things that were more challenging than others, and look at how we improve our processes for next year. And I think, we'll probably have more to talk about than we normally do this year, but that has always been part of our continuous improvement process. And we'll continue to, have those conversations and work as we, reflect back on what it took to get things done this year, and then how next year or the year we're in will be an improvement. I guess the point is we want it to be a large improvement from where it was this year as we continue the journey of implementing Workday.
Bill, I've got a question from Chair Sol.
So we've heard a lot about cash reconciliation over the past few months, and I'm not sure I understand what that means. Can you describe what the problem is or what data you get and how you have to fix it to make it right?
Do you want to take that one? You'd be a better.
Yes, so there's a couple components to it. Most of our cash is in the Treasury, so it's reconciling our current system Workday cash at the point in time to what is SWIFT, which is the accounting system the state user says it's in Treasury. That's probably the bigger issue. A lot of the issues there were due to our complexity as a system, the fact that we have to interface with an external system, the state of Minnesota, and those are not typical implementation goals as far as, other Workday implementations. So a lot of it is unique to us, identifying all the issues while we're live, fixing them, fixing data that was already posting, making sure the process is fixed forward. It's all in a way driven by that extra complexity of us having to interface to the state. On the local bank side, I think we feel a bit more comfortable, mainly because daily cash activity is being reconciled, meaning whatever hits the bank today is being matched against what hit the book. So even though we still cannot quite get to cash at a point in time, so cash at the end of the month, at end of the year, we know that at least the activity that is getting us from beginning cash to ending cash is being reconciled timely. So it's really something to do with figuring out why the cash conversion is not providing us beginning cash to get us to ending on the local bank side. So short answer is really we are a complex system. We have to interface and have integrations with the state system. There's multiple integrations that are created during the implementation, and all this just kind of creates this perfect storm that really prevented us from getting cash reconciled timely. So.
I would just add to that dealing the system office and the different institutions, we move a lot of cash in between institutions, between the system office and institutions, and there's a whole new process of how we do that within Workday. And so we have training and communication issues that we're working to resolve so that everybody understands what the process is. So we had, some campuses that were better than others. And so there wasn't cash missing, but maybe missing a step in the process so that, there may have been cash sitting in the state treasury, but it wasn't recorded in there that it should have been because there wasn't that need under the old process, and now there's a manual process to do that. So there's just a lot of complexity that we need to do a better job and spend the time documenting it and getting everybody trained up so we're all doing it the same way.
Please continue. Go ahead.
So overall, as mentioned, the system-wide financial condition is pretty stable. These are some of the changes at a high level during the year. We had a significant change, and I'll illustrate it later in some of the pie charts in talking about our revenue and expenses. But federal grants from fiscal year 24 increased by 19.3%, and a large part of that was driven by changes in the Pell Grant calculation, as well as more students receiving Pell due to eligibility requirements, as well as due to our 6.2% enrollment increase between 24 and 25. State grants increased by 57% or $72 million. A large portion of that was the implementation of the North Star Promise Grant in fiscal year 25. On the expense side, salaries and benefits, after we pulled out the GASB 67 and 68 portion, increased by about $87 million or 5.8%. And that was in line as expected with the contractual settlements that occurred during the 24-25 biennium. And then lastly, on the non-operating revenue side, which is our state appropriation, being in the second year of a biennium, we typically do not see an increase in state appropriation. So state appropriation decreased by 29 million or 3%, and a large part of that was due to 50 million in one-time money that we had in fiscal year 24. So revenue by source, I'm going to look at this on a pie chart, and I want to just point out a couple changes. So on the bottom, the purple, which is our largest revenue source, state appropriations, in fiscal year 24, that amount was 42% of our overall revenue. Now it was 38% in fiscal year 25, or just shy of 929 million. The tuition fees and sales net, that amount was 670 million, or about 28% of our total revenue. That actually went down between fiscal year 24 and 25. And the reason it did, enrollment went up. We did have a tuition freeze for undergraduate, but on our financial statements, we record net tuition after financial aid. So we have a scholarship allowance note that's part of our financial statements. And I just mentioned about the North Star Promise in particular, and the Pell Grants, is that our scholarship allowance went up from 28% to 32%. So our actually net tuition and fees revenue went down. If we just look at gross tuition, that's how we normally report it when we're in Finance and Facilities Committee and we're talking about budget, our actual gross tuition, went up about 6%, so pretty much in line with our enrollment increase. But for financial statements, our operating revenue was relatively flat, which is not at all intuitive when you think about our enrollment being up higher.
Bill, Trustee Hipsch has a question.
Just wanted to go back one second on the cash reconciliation. So when in our cash that's sitting at the treasury for the state of Minnesota, do we have one account for all of Minnesota State, or is there multiple accounts at the treasury?
Trustee Hipsch, we have one account. We have an agency number, and then we have each institution has their own number, but it essentially sits in one account at the state.
So the reconciliation, it really is going from one account to many different accounts within the individual campuses, and it's trying to get all those to link back together and what's cleared, what's not cleared. Is that a good way of talking about the cash management or cash reconciliation?
Trustee Hipsch, yeah, I think that's a fair way to characterize it.
So I just wanted to give that extra context. So think of as you're doing your checking account and you're going through and doing it, you have multiple checking accounts that all have one pot of dollars, and you're trying to figure out, okay, which goes into what checking account. So just wanted to kind of loop back on that. Thanks.
Vice Chancellor Mackey, since we've interrupted you, on this current slide, if I understand the orange grant category, some of that would be Pell Grants in lieu of students paying tuition, right? Is that where that lives? Okay. So if we assigned all promise money, Pell Grants, state grant dollars, and I'll put them in the blue tuition bucket, how big would that get? I know there's some other money in that. If it's a big deal, don't worry about answering it. I assume that's a most of that, or no?
We do have another pie chart just on grants, just to show what portion is financial aid related, but anything that is financial aid related there, most of that would be tuition fees. There'll be some overage checks, and I think North Star promised most of that was overage checks, so it increased our financial aid expense. But the Pell grant increase is almost 100% tuition fees sales.
This kind of gets to that question of what's the state giving and appropriations versus tuition, but it's not that simple, because if you just add those two together, it's 64%, right?
Yeah.
So
Chair Erlinson, if the whole tuition fees was a gross number, it'd be $368 million more.
Yeah,
So it'd be a
okay.
large portion of those grants.
Thank you.
Since we're on the grants, so last year in comparison, that amount was 20% of our overall revenue, or 464 million. So you can see that is a significant increase from year to year. The other capital appropriations were up slightly. Last year it was 43 million, or 2%. This year it's 3%, or close to 62 million. Restricted student payments net, that's essentially revenue collected to support the revenue fund. So that amount is about $103 million, and that's stayed at about 4% of our total revenue. So the grant revenue by source, because we thought this would be interesting to break it down. There's been so much conversation about grants, both operating type grants as well as financial aid over the past several months. So this chart breaks down the grants, and you can see the federal financial aid makes up about 283 million of our grants, and about I think just over 90% of it is Pell Grants. There's a small amount. Oops, thanks for fixing that. A small amount that's federal work study and SEOG. I don't know, where did Ryan go? He promised us new technology earlier this morning. Yeah, there we go. We're on the right slide now. The state financial aid, the orange in the bottom, about $173 million, or 29%. That went up 63 million. So that's essentially the North Star Promise and Minnesota state grants. If you look in the upper left quadrant, the federal grants, 77 million, or 13%. There's about 22 million or so that's TRIO grants. And another just over 20 million, that's Carl Perkins grants. But there's STEM grants in there, and all kinds of other grants that were reported as we were talking about concern about campuses being able to continue with their grants with all the changes that occurred federally since last January. So that's an overall picture of our grants, and the financial aid ones, of course, are a part of the story of this year's financial statements.
Vice Chancellor Mackey, can I ask a question about, thank you for this, it's great. what percentage of these grants are in essence reducing costs for students versus what percent are going to institutional bottom lines? And I realize it's a little bit wormy maybe with TRIO and things because they benefit students, but it doesn't lower tuition. Does that make sense? Like versus funding research in the Spanish department at MSU Mankato or whatever. Like that's the bottom line.
Yeah, roughly speaking, from this pie chart, about 80% of the funding is going to students and 20% of it is going to the institutions.
Thank you.
The next slide is our operating expenses by natural classification. Just want to point out here, salaries and benefits are typically, this is all funds and this is accrual. We talk about it being 75 to 80% of our general fund. And that's more on a cash basis and that's more budgetary. So on our financial statements of all funds, it's typically between 2/3 and 70%. So this year it's about $1.6 billion or 67%. It went up from last year. Last year's amount was 1.499 billion. So last year as a percent of 69% of the overall spend. This year it's 67, even though the dollar amount went up. And again, that relates to some of our spend going towards that net financial aid. This year it's 6% or 147 million. Last year that amount was 82 million or 4% of our spend across the system. The rest of the percentages, while the dollar amounts changed slightly, as a percent of our overall spend as a system, the percentages did not change materially. And then by functional classification, the other way we report expenses by IPEDS categories. So, information we can compare of where our resources are going. Our largest percentage based on our mission is instruction, 41% or 983 million. That stayed relatively stable. From last year, the amount was 910 million, so it went up about 72 million. Last year was about 42% of our spend. Again, the significant change in this pie chart is similar. Scholarships and fellowships went up significantly in the upper left corner. It's 6% or 147 million. Last year, that was 4% or 82 million. The rest of the percentages of institutional support, academic support, and student services rounded to the nearest percent stayed the same between fiscal year 24 and 25. I'm gonna turn it over to Mateo to talk about GASB 68 and 75 and talk about our bottom line and our net position, and then we'll wrap up from there.
Good afternoon. So we have a couple of slides on the GASB 6875 impact and how that impacts our net position. On the first one, the key is really looking at the bottom, the net impact on our net position each year. So if you take all the components related to GASB 6875, it's the liability and there's a few per inflows, outflows. The net effect on our net position is 320 million downward adjustment in 2025 and 363 million downward adjustment in 24. That's different. The difference between those two numbers shows up on our income statement in 2025 to get us from a bigger impact last year to a low impact this year, and it runs through our salaries and benefits expense. So significant impact on our net position, and I'll talk a bit more about the impact on our income statement each year. So looking at our unrestricted net position, and so that is basically funds available that are not restricted for any other purposes. You can see on the slide that when you remove the GASB 6875 impact, you're looking at significantly higher unrestricted net position. We go from 720,000, and then that downward effect of the 328 million gets us down to 392 million. So that's a significant impact. Fiscal 25, 24, it's very similar. Looking at the change column, this is the number that would show up on the income statements as an adjustment upward or downward to our expenses in fiscal 25. That's 34.6 million. And that actually is a reduction to our expense because we can see the net position downward impact is reduced between 24 and 25. Contrasting that with some prior years, for example, 2023, it was over 140 million increase to our expense on the income statement. So there is some significant fluctuations as it relates to the liability, and correspondingly that affects the income statement for those years. It is key, and one of the reasons why we remove the effects of those GASBs when we compare, between years, because this way we're really looking at more operational data. For example, salaries and benefits, unless you remove that impact, it's very hard to compare and see what really happened operationally as it relates to that expense. And so switching to salaries and benefits, you can see that 34.6 impact there. Salaries and benefits expense with the adjustment is 1.553, and it goes up to 1.588. So again, this year, that 34 million is actually decreasing our expense. But if you go further than 24 back, you can see some large, over $100 million increases to our expense. So it does create that fluctuation. So looking at kind of putting together the data from the pie chart showing our revenues, expenses, and getting us to our operating margin. Compared to prior year, we have and again, we're looking at the without GASB columns. We have a operating loss of 55.8 million. That compares to our gain last year of 27.7 million. And so as we discussed last year, we did expect the state appropriation to go down due to that one-time 50 million operational support we received in 24 that is not here this year. We, I think, estimate about 30 million reduction net, and it's about 29 million. So that's pretty consistent. About 6% increase to our salaries and benefits, again, over 2/3 of our operating expenses. And so that number, I believe it was about 80 some million dollars. So we're looking at about 80 some million dollars increase, significant increase to our largest expense, coupled with about 30 million reduction to one of our largest revenues. And this was all offset by enrollment increases. Tuition was frozen, but our enrollment increases are pretty healthy. And so if we look at gross tuition fees, et cetera, we're looking at about 66 million increase. So again, we are in the red, but it's not significant if you do as a percentage of net position. It's more of a stable, flat, but on the negative side. It's worth noting that, and that's not on this slide, but as Bill mentioned, our capital spending allows us to get some funds that don't come with debt service, whether they're HEPA or it's the 2/3 of the GO bonds that are used to finance those projects. Those show up as non-operating / other revenue on the financial statements. And so starting with the operating margin, we're looking on the slide. then that gets adjusted for any non-operating activity. That being the largest, it was about 61, 62 million this year, would puts us to a net increase to our net position. So it's worth noting that, although this is really reflecting our true operations that, doesn't have any non-operating activity related to it. And the last slide, it's really just the revenue fund showing the operating margin as it relates to the revenue fund. And there is a few things that are worth noting as far as the revenue fund is concerned. There's actually increase to the revenues there. They do have a, about $5.4 million, or about 5% increase to their revenues. So mostly driven by increases to the rates for room and board. Those went up 4.5%, even though occupancy rates stayed pretty flat. That increase was significant to increase the revenues. On the expense side, a couple of big items, salaries, benefits. This one changed pretty closely to the 6% that the system-wide did. It's about 5% if we exclude the effect of the compensated absences adjustment due to the new GASB. So that's consistent with the system-wide. The other one that's worth noting, though, it's the expenses related to food service, and those went up 6.4%. So that accounts for some of the large increase on the expense side. However, at the end, netting it out, Rep Fund actually does show a pretty positive outlook compared to last year.
Then next steps, in January, we'll come back and we'll provide individual college and university financial data. And it, as mentioned earlier, and the expectation, it'd be at a higher level of detail and a good snapshot of the differences between institutions to be discussed at the January meeting, and the financial statements play a large part in that. So I mentioned earlier about the individual CFIs rolling up to a system CFI, and then fund balances is another one of the key health indicators. And then also with our revenue fund, as mentioned, we recently did a presentation to S&P Global. So now that our financial statements are complete, our analysts will finish their work and bring it to committee to update our ratings with SP and Global. And I hopefully will have the results of that by the January Board of Trustees meeting. That concludes our overview of the financial statements. And I think the last step is there's a motion for the audit committee to authorize the release of this year's statements.
Yes. Before we move to the motion, are there any final questions? Thank you for the excellent presentation, and again for all the wonderful work your teams did on campuses, and particularly in the system office. With that, final call for questions. Everybody's worn out. The motion is the audit committee has reviewed the fiscal year 2025 audited financial statements with the representatives of management and external auditing firm, and the committee recommends the board approve the release of the FY25 audited financial statements as submitted. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
No, motion carries. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're gonna suspend, we're not adjourning, because we're gonna go into closed session, right? Am I missing some? Yeah, right. And, but we're done now, right? Okay, I should have my main. All right, so reconvene at 3:30. 3:25. Thank you, Chair.